Chapter 154. I found one. Dang dang dang. The undulation of the martial spirit? Tang Tian did not notice it. After being reminded by Bing, he used his hands to touch the statue and closed his eyes to feel it. Her face was anxious. The cracks on the 5 stone statues could be seen with the naked eye, and when the last piece of stone entered the stone statue, in front of Tang Tian and Bing, were 5 perfect and flawless stone statues. But when the 5 statues were placed together, even Gu Shui could see that it was not normal. His experience was far richer than Tang Tian's. The 5 statues in front of them were ancient, but they were still able to maintain their good condition and were once again awakened. These things were definitely not simple. Tang Tian felt a chill down his spine. The hair on his back stood up. Without thinking, he bent his waist, and the cold sword aura brushed past his spine. A ray of sharp tan tuo blade brought along a mist and pounced towards the opponent. There's one here. The one-armed headless statue only had one arm, and it made a weird hand gesture. Tang Tian felt that something was about to break out from the ground beneath his feet. He immediately dodged backwards. Whoosh, a shadow drilled out from the ground and whooshed past him. It was a piece of crushed stone. He secretly shook his head. That day, he was impulsive and used the green-red cross scythe. It took him a few days to recover. It was better to use less powerful techniques. Let's quickly search and see if there are any other statues. Tang Tian was also filled with anticipation. He suddenly felt that this could be an amazing discovery. Tang Tian did not expect that the extremely sharp tan tuo blade was actually unable to leave any marks on the statue's body. He did not know what was not simple, but his intuition was extremely strong, because he was attracted by the hand gesture at first glance. If not for Bing's reminder, he would not have felt the weak martial spirit undulation from the statue. The two of them did not feel tired. They looked at the small hill as though they were looking at a pile of treasures. The two of them started to assemble the statues excitedly. In this aspect, Gu Shui's talent was much higher than Tang Tian's. Very quickly, Tang Tian decided to stand aside and watch, because he realized that his help was not as fast as Gu Shui's. Tang Tian's true power rippled. Pa, the cold chi exploded and formed a circle of air around Tang Tian. Gu Shui's face was slightly pale. She subconsciously leaned towards Tang Tian. Suddenly, one of the statues opened its eyes and smiled. The statue's face was actually like a woman's skin, with a hint of charm. Tan tuo blade struck the statue, but what Tian did not expect was that, other than the statue swaying a little, there were no injuries. It's a very evil and cold martial spirit. Tang Tian checked the cracks on the statue. The cracks were not serious, so it should not have been broken for too long. Thinking about what Gu Shui said, 30 years ago, many people came here, Tang Tian guessed that the other parts were broken at that time. It seems to be an amazing discovery. Gu Shui was extremely happy. It was as though she found a big treasure. Her face was filled with joy and curiosity. Furthermore, this amazing discovery was made together with Tang Tian, and there was nothing that made her happier. Another statue appeared behind him. Its index and middle fingers were like a sword, pointing straight at Tang Tian's back. Not long after, they heard Gu Shui's cheerful voice, "Over here." Tang Tian's reaction was fast. His right leg hooked downwards. The two of them started to search seriously. "Hey, uncle, do you know him?" Tang Tian and Bing secretly conversed. If his strength was at its peak, then he would not be worried at all. This kind of trash, one finger was enough to crush them all. The broken parts that they found were piled up into a small hill. Bing, who was controlling the saber-toothed tiger, appeared beside Tang Tian. Gu Shui was thrown far away by Tang Tian. Gu Shui, who was in the air, immediately flew away. She knew her strength was meager. She could not help much. The most important thing was not to distract Tang Tian. Damn it! Tang Tian's body took the chance to lie down. He dodged the statue's finger. The moment he fell to the ground, Tang Tian fiercely stomped on the ground. He was like an arrow that left the bow. He rushed out. The two of them ran to the statue. They tried to piece it back together, but they realized there was an extra piece. Tang Tian glanced at it. He nodded his head. It's beautiful. That perfect arm was indeed very beautiful, although Tang Tian did not know what was called artistic beauty, but his gaze would always be attracted to that arm. It was very graceful. The 5 fingers of the grasping flower flew towards the back of Tang Tian's head. The cold chi was as though it wanted to pierce through his head. Bang! The godlike young man's face darkened. He said angrily, "These 5 fellows don't look like good people. They actually tried to charm me. You guys are dead." One by one, the broken pieces were attracted by the strong suction force. Like a rainstorm, they shot out from the ground and entered the 5 broken statues. Countless white vortexes, with Tang Tian as the center, suddenly rushed out in all directions. His pupils constricted. Seeing Tang Tian open his eyes, Gu Shui was curious. What's so special about the statue? Tang Tian and Gu Shui started to search the ruins. The qi swept past his body. Tang Tian's heart shivered. The qi was extremely cold and strange. It was like a living poisonous worm. It tried to drill into Tang Tian's body. Bing was not as optimistic as Tang Tian. He was facing a great enemy. Looking at the 5 statues, they were not ordinary. Every statue's martial spirit was different. But they had a subtle connection. Pu piu piu. The 5 beautiful statues were glowing with a demonic aura. It was like they were alive. Tang Tian's gaze was attracted to them. However, before he could even stand still, the stone man was like a maggot attached to his bones, haunting him like a ghost. And he had a premonition that this special hand technique was not that simple. With that thought, Tang Tian's spirit was roused. Let's search. Maybe we can find its hand and head. These statues are not ordinary. Gu Shui opened her eyes wide. She looked at Tang Tian, who had his eyes closed. She could not tell what was so attractive about the statue to Tang Tian. "Take care of yourself," Bing bellowed. But the moment the 5 statues were stepped on, the demonic and cold qi suddenly surged. With a loud bang, it exploded. "I don't know." Gu Shui shook her head. "Many people have come here before, but no one knows what era the ruins are from." But with his current strength, Bing's disapproving voice came out from the saber-toothed tiger's armor. "It can be considered a real battle practice. But don't call me out for no reason. For a chief instructor like me, the appearance fee is expensive. As a hired thug, Ghost Claw is very qualified." The 5 statues were smiling. Some looked like they were holding flowers. Some looked like they were standing with their fingers straight. Some looked like they had their palms open with 3 fingers pointing to the sky. Their expressions and hand movements were all different. Bing was speechless. "What era are these ruins from?" Tang Tian asked Gu Shui. 5 broken and incomplete stone statues. The dazzling blade aura suddenly blossomed. Tang Tian accurately blocked a palm that appeared out of nowhere. His 5 fingers were like holding flowers. A sweet fragrance entered his nose. Tang Tian felt his blood churning. His legs became weak. He retreated a few steps. The martial spirit was weak. But it was a demonic martial spirit. Tang Tian's heart trembled. It was the first time he felt such a cold and demonic martial spirit. At this point, he already knew that this headless one-armed stone statue was no ordinary object. But which constellation would produce such a demonic qi? The 2 of them buried their heads in the ruins. After noon, the 2 of them finally plowed through the ruins a few times. Other than those buried deep underground, there was no way to search carefully. Almost at the same time, the other 4 statues opened their eyes. Some were laughing, some were crying, some were happy, and some were angry. "I don't know." Bing shook his head. His tone was surprised. "These statues are weird. They seem to have the undulations of a martial spirit." 7 consecutive blades landed on the statue. The statue that did not have any before finally had a crack. The statue turned into a human. It was extremely creepy. Tang Tian's pupils constricted. But he was not afraid. Instead, he was eager. "Seems like it is not easy to deal with." Tang Tian's face changed. He pushed Gu Shui behind him. The martial spirits on each of the stone statues were clearly very weak, but when the 5 stone statues were placed together, the aura of the martial spirits suddenly became very strong. Gu Shui was interested. Without hesitation he said, "Then let's look for it. Then we can complete it. Look at its hand. It's very beautiful." Tang Tian took a deep breath. The palm that was hidden at his waist activated the Shiratori vortex. "It has a martial spirit?" Gu Shui was stunned. "The statues have martial spirits?" Bang! Tang Tian took the chance to catch his breath. He could see the statue in front of him clearly. Although the 5 statues were not complete, they were placed together. The surrounding temperature dropped. The cold qi lingered around the 2 of them. The broken rocks stuck on one of the statues. It was a perfect fit. "I feel that it's better to save some spirit nuclei," Tang Tian said. "We are very poor." The aura of the 5 afterimages in the field continued to rise. A cold and demonic aura spread out in waves. Tang Tian had a hallucination, as though the 5 broken images were alive. "Yes." Tang Tian's face congealed. "It has a martial spirit." Bing secretly thought in his heart, he did not know anything about the history of the 3 great armies from the time of their demise until now. He did not know which dynasties or which powerful constellations had appeared during this period. Tang Tian looked at it. He felt dizzy. He became alert and woke up. Tang Tian was alarmed. He shouted, "It's here!" The qi became stronger. Tang Tian's uneasiness increased. He could not care about anything else. He grabbed Gu Shui and threw her behind him. "It's not this one." Tang Tian was excited. "Seems like there's more than one statue here." "This?" He roared, "Bing!" Tang Tian's spirit was roused, and he immediately ran over. It was indeed an arm. From the style, it was exactly the same as the statue. Tang Tian observed for a moment. It was a completely different hand gesture. Chapter 155. Chi Chi Chi, a white whirlpool of air, with a thin whistle, like a school of mischievous fish, rushed towards the ball of red fist seal. Many thoughts suddenly emerged in his mind, but at this moment, Tang Tian's heart was in a strange tranquility. The angry-faced statue was like a sieve, trembling violently. Its body had many shallow pits. Tang Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk. A dot of red light lit up on the crying-faced statue's middle finger. Tang Tian did not have any fear in his heart, although these statues were emitting a strange and cold qi, but Tang Tian's guts were originally big, such a strong qi could not affect him at all. A straight red sword aura gushed out from the crying-faced statue's middle finger, suddenly reaching in front of Tang Tian. The 5 round pearls in his palm suddenly turned into 5 puddles of blood. The 5 puddles of blood mixed together, squirming, the blood puddles could faintly see a human shape. "Seems like I need to spend some time to temper the heavenly crane gloves." Poof poof poof. A thick and ancient qi suddenly enveloped the entire area. The crying-faced statue instantly turned into a pile of dust. Dangerous white bird. Tang Tian was stunned. These statues' chests were so hard, his Tan-Tui blade could not even leave a mark on them, but the ghost claw could actually pierce through their chests. The moment the red light shone, Tang Tian had goosebumps all over his body. Without thinking, he struck out with the great monument palm. Bang! The angry-faced statue's body split into pieces. Tang Tian did not give the angry-faced statue a chance to regain its footing. In a flash, he appeared in front of the angry-faced statue and lightly pressed his palm on the statue's body. This time, when the great monument palm was unleashed, Tang Tian felt that it was different. Without turning his head, the palm with the heavenly crane gloves suddenly flicked his 5 fingers. When the crane body energy flowed through the heavenly crane glove, the sharp crane body energy suddenly expanded. The stone man with the angry face clenched his fist, but his fist style was rather strange. His thumb was like a tongue, sandwiched between his index and middle finger. The red light in his eyes surged and he punched out. The red light around his fist surged and turned into a red fist mark. Like a cannonball, it whizzed toward Tang Tian's back. Great monument palm. Suddenly, Tang Tian's gaze fell on the spot where the crying face statue had been smashed into pieces by the great monument palm print. A red bead entered his vision. Tang Tian felt a burst of violent energy exploding in his left palm. The true power that was brimming with destructive power drilled into the meridians of his left arm. Tang Tian's chest tightened, but he forcefully circulated the crane body energy and dispelled the true power that was drilling into the meridians of his left arm. Borrowing this force, he was like a rubber ball that had been ruthlessly hit by a wooden stick, and his forward speed suddenly increased. A stone man's red eyes flashed, and his figure disappeared. Almost at the same time, Ghost Claw's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. A cold light overflowed, and his figure disappeared. Shiratori Vortex. Tang Tian knew the expressions of these stone men. It was very strange, so he simply did not look. If he could wear it on his legs, then with the addition of the crane body energy, how strong would he be? The crying face statue's face was full of tears, with endless sorrow, despair, and gloom. Its red eyes were like a sea of blood from hell, as if there were countless of blood rays surging endlessly. His target was the crying face statue. Every time it collided, its body would tremble, and a shallow pit would appear on its extremely hard body. The great monument palm brought along a low whistling sound, and suddenly smashed towards the crying face statue. The distance between him and the crying face statue in front of him rapidly shortened. The palm print was like a tablet, square like a stroke, thick and solid like a rock or iron. On the body of the palm print, there were two huge vermilion inscriptions. The red fist print plunged into the white vortex. The powerful red sword ray entered the great monument palm print, and just as it was about to pierce through, the two vermilion words, "Boulder," on the monument palm print suddenly shone brightly, and the light blocked the red sword ray. The battle between both parties quickly became intense. Ghost Claw. Ding. A red sword ray as thick as an arm spewed out from the closed palms and clashed with the great monument palm print. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Among the 5 statues, the flower-plucking statue gave him the strongest sense of danger. With the Ghost Claw leading it away, Tang Tian's pressure was greatly reduced. Both palms made the same hand gesture at the same time and suddenly closed together. His entire face appeared red. Dazzling sparks blossomed in the air. Bang! The crying face statue seemed to know how powerful it was, and retreated without hesitation. Such a strong claw force. The red sword ray entered 3 inches into the monument and disappeared. But the great monument palm print still brought along a low whistling sound, and suddenly smashed towards the crying face statue. The sound of Bing and the other 2 statues fighting came from behind. The strength of the statues was much stronger than Tang Tian expected, and their moves were strange, and they had the advantage in numbers. Bang! He picked up the red pearl. The color of the pearl was the color of the statue's eyes. With a thought, Tang Tian ran to the place where the angry face statue was smashed to search, and indeed found a red pearl. His legs flew, and he swept forward. At the same time, he used the great monument palm with his left palm and waved it behind him. But it was a pity, the heavenly crane gloves could only be worn on the hands. 10 6th level spirit nuclei, in exchange for Ghost Claw to fight, the 6th level Ghost Claw was equally strong. Ghost Claw appeared beside Tang Tian, his skinny figure, but made Tang Tian feel at ease. The 2 words, boulder, turned from vermilion to almost transparent, and looked like it was about to disappear. Ping! The red sword ray instantly crumbled into countless red rays. Tang Tian was in a strange state, and the entire battlefield seemed to be in his heart. Bing and the 2 statues fought, and was not at a disadvantage. Those simple and clean moves, even Tang Tian felt that they were not moves, but in Bing's hands, they had astonishing power. Compared to the green and red cross scythe previously, Bing's moves were even more simple and unadorned. Ka. The heavenly crane gloves in his hands changed shape, like a crane retracting its neck, ready to strike. The Tan-Tue blade just now was unable to cause any damage to the statue, so Tang Tian simply used the great monument palm to win with his strength. The angry face statue roared in anger and tried to block, but there were too many white birds, and it could not take care of them all. Piu, the crane body energy whirlpools of chi continuously hit its body. The crying face statue's red eyes suddenly brightened, its thumb and index finger formed a circle, its middle and ring finger were like a sword, its little finger pointed outwards, and pointed towards Tang Tian. Suddenly, Tang Tian understood. He had tried to use the crane body energy into the Shiro whirlpool before, but the power compared to this was like heaven and earth. The key was the heavenly crane gloves. When the heavenly crane energy reached a certain level of strength, then this move would have a qualitative leap. Just by relying on the heavenly crane gloves to strengthen the heavenly crane energy so greatly, this treasure was extremely useful to him. His aura surged. Tang Tian did not wait for the statue to make a move. He bent his waist and pounced forward. The flower-pinching statue's eyes glowed red, smiling as usual, the slender fingers pinching the flower in the air. Bing did not teach Tang Tian any specific martial techniques, but threw Tang Tian into different environments, and let Tang Tian adapt and adjust himself. From all directions, they pounced towards the angry-faced statue. Tang Tian was extremely experienced in group attacks. Facing an attack from behind, he did not panic at all. He was very clear: to win in a pincer attack, he must think of a way to offset the opponent's advantage in numbers, and think of a way to form a one-on-one situation. Only then would he have the chance to win. This was Tang Tian's first time using the heavenly crane gloves to fight, and the feeling was very different. The slender fingers pinching the flower and the skinny iron hook clashed, and both of them did not move an inch. The angry-faced statue behind Tang Tian became even more furious. It roared, its red eyes were like rolling flames, and punched again, towards Tang Tian's back. The eyes of the statue were suffused with a demonic red, like red chalcedony. Those lively stone faces immediately had an indescribable gloominess. Tang Tian felt like he was being stared at by a snake. Slowly coming out from the aftertaste, Tang Tian was awoken by a few loud sounds. Bing cleanly smashed the two statues, and Ghost Claw's 5 fingers pierced through the chest of the flower-pinching statue. Tang Tian stood rooted to the ground, still reminiscing about the battle just now. His own strength had indeed improved a lot. He was not surprised that he had comprehended the killing technique of the Great Monument Palm. What really surprised him was the power of the white crane vortex. Ghost Claw's eyes were burning with fighting intent. His 5 fingers brushed through the air, bringing about dazzling sparks straight towards the flower-pinching statue. That is, the 5-eyed statue made Tang Tian's hair stand. Monolith. The situation was disadvantageous to them, but Tang Tian had his own way. Ding. Tang Tian immediately laughed involuntarily. He was really like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. With this white crane vortex, his fighting strength would increase greatly in the future. In the past, the Shiratori vortex was mostly used to disturb the enemy and did not have any killing power. The fist seal and the white vortex continuously collided, and the fist seal was immediately swayed left and right by the high-speed spinning white vortex. The direction of the fist seal changed and shot out to the side. Meanwhile, the spiraling air masses that resembled white elves happily pounced towards the crying-faced stone man. The remaining force of the Great Monument Palm collided with the crying statue. Very quickly, he found the other 3 red pearls. The heavenly crane gloves strengthened the crane body beyond Tang Tian's imagination, and the power of the Shiratori vortex that strengthened the crane body was also beyond Tang Tian's imagination. The 2 words monolith and the red sword aura quickly dimmed. In the future, this technique will be called white crane vortex. But at this time, the white vortex suddenly roared, and the hidden crane body energy suddenly exploded. Every white vortex was a blade that was rotating at a high speed. The crying statue's red eyes flashed a trace of panic, and the air around it suddenly became stagnant. It seemed to know that it was a dangerous moment. His palm missed, but Tang Tian was not annoyed. The Great Monument Palm was able to pose a threat to the statue. This result made his eyes light up. Behind him, the angry-faced statue took the opportunity to sneak and attack. After a while, the outer layer of the blood scab peeled off, and a statue the size of an index finger impressively appeared in Tang Tian's hands. The statue's eyes were red. On its forehead, on its left and right palms, there was an additional eye that looked like blood. 5-eyed statue. It was a habit for a long time, training hard day and night. Tang Tian had never been lazy. His Great Monument Palm had been trained to a very profound level, and was only 1 step away from comprehending the killing technique. Now that his life was threatened, His focus was unprecedentedly focused. The silver martial spirit was like a silver flame, silent and cold. The palm power penetrated through the body. Gu Shui saw that the situation was settled and immediately flew over. When she saw the statue in Tang Tian's hands, her face changed and she cried out. Chapter 156. He imitated the flower-plucking statue's flower-plucking hand gesture. The moment the gesture was completed, the true power in his body suddenly moved. Although it was very subtle, but he was sure that it was not an illusion. After that, he ran out without hesitation. The red-eyed stoneman's strength should not be limited to this. From the books, the red-eyed star's rise was very fast, and their battle records were not bad. But they angered the Canine Vengeance constellation at that time, and were destroyed. The red-eyed star then destroyed the star door to protect themselves, and after that, they never appeared again. The red-eyed star's glorious period was very short, only 10 years. I remember it was because the red-eyed stone men were very special. They could fuse and form a higher-level existence, which was the five-eyed stone men. Ling Su reminded him out of goodwill, but was mocked by Tang Tian, and immediately became angry. "You little hooligan, you dare to talk about justice with me? Come on, don't talk nonsense. Let's have a good fight, if I don't poke your butt into a beehive." Gu Shui bit his lips, his eyes filled with anger, and explained, "Phylan Star belongs to Onyx Soul, and Onyx Soul will appoint a star leader to manage a planet like Phylan Star. Under the star leader, there are 3 to 5 deacons. Phylan Star is relatively small, and only has 3 deacons. The star leader and deacons are experts in Onyx Soul, and their strength is superb." The two of them just returned to the Gu family, and Gu Shui saw Mu Lei's worried face, and the smile on his face disappeared, and he asked calmly, "What happened? Five-eyed stonemen?" Tang Tian heard Gu Shui's exclamation, and was curious. Gu Shui carefully reminded Tang Tian, "Tian, you must not tell anyone, you have the five-eyed stonemen. But you're already so old and you only know how to fight every day, young man. Can you be more promising? I don't have time to play with you, you must learn from this godlike young man. Do you know why you can't beat me? Don't find excuses, young man, genius is 99% sweat." Tang Tian's face turned red. Gu Shui's face shows a rare hint of anger. Even if Su Chang Tian is the executive of Phylan Star, how can he interfere in the internal affairs of the Gu family? Is this it? Tang Tian turned the little person around. He widened his eyes and clicked his tongue in wonder. "It looks really interesting. It actually has 5 eyes. There's a way." Tang Tian's spirit was suddenly lifted. After thinking for a while, he formed the flower-pinching gesture with his hands, calmed his mind, and remained motionless. "Bullshit." Ling Su's fur immediately exploded. He was enraged like thunder. "They are nothing. I'll turn them into sieves with one shot." Tang Tian comforted Gu Shui. "Ah Shui, don't be too anxious. If they do anything bad, I'll beat them up." When a warm smile appeared on Tang Tian's face, Bing's body could not help but tremble. His eyes shone brightly. Gu Shui forced a smile. "Tian, I need to get busy." Half an hour later, suddenly a warm feeling slowly rose from the Yongquan acupuncture point at the bottom of his feet. Tang Tian felt as though he was soaking in the sun. His whole body was warm and comfortable. On his face, a smile surfaced. Seeing Gu Shui's panicked expression, Tang Tian tilted his head and thought for a while. He walked into the inner courtyard and found Ling Su, who was practicing his spear. "Hey, Ling Su, do you know about the Su Shishir group?" Bing was paying attention to Tang Tian from the start. "Activate blood meridians?" Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He passed it to Gu Shui. "For you. It will definitely help your recessive blood meridians." "Is it very powerful?" "I think it's very average. It's just that the moves are a little weird." Tang Tian's mouth twitched. He started to reveal his usual arrogant look. The enraged Ling Su quietened down. Disgust surfaced in his eyes. "Su Changdan? Out of the 3 Shishir, that fellow is the greediest. His actions are rude and unreasonable. The Shishir group under him is the same as him. They are not good people. They have bad intentions." After the initial shock, Tang Tian regained his fearless and ignorant look. Gu Shue's eyes were as clear as water. Gu Shue laughed. I definitely don't have any blood meridians, I just swallowed the dwarf blood meridians and angel blood meridians, and there was no reaction at all. It's a waste to give it to me. With this, maybe Shue, you don't have to use such a dangerous method to activate your blood meridians. Tang Tian saw the worry in Gu Shue's eyes. He understood. Go. Ling Su stopped. He frowned. You offended the Shi group? That group of people are a bunch of lunatics. They are very troublesome. Tang Tian immediately looked at him with disdain. So you are afraid of these people? Tang Tian looked at Ling Su with disdain. I thought you had turned over a new leaf and found justice. So you are still the same. Mu Lei nodded his head. Good. So powerful. Tang Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. There were 3 of them in the top 50. That is to say, there were 3 experts like the Hua brothers under Su Changtian. Logically, the Shi group will not interfere with the family's internal affairs. This is an unwritten rule of Phylan Star. Every year, we've paid enough tribute. Gu Shue's face turned ugly. She forced herself to calm down. She raised her head and said to Mu Lei, Uncle Mu, go and ask around. See if you can find out why the Shi group is coming to the Gu family. Tang Tian grabbed Gu Shue and soared into the sky. Come on. Let us fight to our heart's content. Let us use our fists to decide who is right and who is wrong. Tang Tian was enraged. He pointed at Bing. At that moment, he had actually lost track of Tang Tian in his perception. One spear turned them into sieves? Tang Tian was stunned. But after thinking about Ling Su's pointed sea spears, he felt that the description was rather fitting. Gu Shue bit her lips. She did not say anything. He did not wait for Gu Shue to speak. He looked at the sky and said, It's getting late. We have to go back. Let's go. What is a deacon? Tang Tian was curious. Tang Tian shouted, I obviously finished the battle before you. Upon entering the recruit barracks, Tang Tian threw the Shi group to the back of his mind. All his attention was focused on his martial techniques. He did not enter the Valley of Starvation immediately. Instead, he got into position and started to train. Tang Tian rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and turned to leave. His voice was heard. Ling Su's face was flushed red. He was so angry that his body was trembling. Bing sneered, That's because you have the heavenly crane gloves. Watch your tone. You don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. Oh, you don't even respect your teacher. TSK. If this was in the past, any recruit in the recruit barracks would be able to deal with these 5 stone men. To let the instructor take action is a disgrace to any recruit. Oh, you even spent 10 6th-level spirit nuclei to get Ghost Claw out. Say, trading at a loss is the greatest humiliation of all. Also, Sweat you asshole. Who was the one who trained the entire day, and who was the one who went out to play, Gu Shue's heart warmed. He shook his head firmly, It's too valuable. Also, I don't have the ability to keep it. Tian, you haven't activated your blood meridians. You need it. After teasing Ling Su, Tang Tian felt extremely good. All his worries were thrown out of his mind. He did not realize that some of his actions had unknowingly been influenced by Bing. He remembered the 5 hand gestures very clearly. He imitated them one by one. Every hand gesture had a reaction from different parts of the true power. Although the reaction was weak, Tang Tian's intuition was very strong. He could still sense it. The last time Tang Tian beat him, it was when he did not have his gun. But this rascal used the phrase, Don't ever find excuses, which caused him to suffer an internal injury. Uncle Mu said, 5 days later, Su Changtian's Su Shi group will come to investigate the battle on the street. Tang Tian told them the news he just received. When Tang Tian started to imitate it, he frowned. He did not approve of Tang Tian trying things that he did not know of, because it could easily be dangerous. But he did not stop him immediately. He was prepared for Tang Tian to return empty-handed. Then he would emphasize the danger to this rascal. Gu Shue saw Tang Tian and Bing bickering. She could not help but snicker. To prevent the 2 of them from fighting, she decided to continue. Once he opened his mouth, he attracted the attention of the two. Very powerful. They were sent by the higher-ups. Su Changtian's ranking in Phylan's star is 13. He is much more powerful than the Hua brothers. Also, the Su Shi group has the authority to form their own Su Shi group. Although there are not many people in Su Changtian's Su Shi group, only 10 of them. But all of them are experts. There are 3 of them in the top 50. The rest are definitely in the top 100. You bastard! And the 5-eyed golem is very rare. Although people do not like the red-eyed golem, the 5-eyed golem is very popular. It was auctioned for a sky-high price. This was because it had a very magical effect. Its 5 eyes could release different beams of light. These light beams can gradually activate the hidden blood meridians in your body. Tang Tian, who was often mocked and ridiculed by Bing to the point of stamping with rage in front of Ling Su, he seemed to be at ease. The 5 postures of the 5 red-eyed golems in the day were very special to him. With that, Tang Tian stuffed the 5-eyed golem into Gu Shue's hands. That's it. Bing could not stand it anymore. He snorted. Their martial spirits are already so weak. You spent so much time, and you still have the cheek to be proud? Tang Tian's eyes widened. How powerful are they? Mu Lei smiled bitterly. I just received news that the Su Shi group will be coming to the Gu family to investigate the battle on the street in 5 days. They are requesting for our cooperation. Aren't you going to participate in the Starry Door trials? If you offend Su Changtian, don't even think of passing. Ling Su glanced at Tang Tian. Bing rolled his eyes. The disdain on his face deepened. Brats these days are really insensible. In our era, there would never be such a talented young man. Challenging his own instructor. But he actually did not pass the recruit training. This is really an era that challenges the lower limit. Gu Xuan nodded his head vigorously. About 1,000 years after the Scorpio dynasty, there was a planet that suddenly became famous. It was called the Red-Eyed Planet. The Red-Eyed Planet had a very special thing. It was called the Red-Eyed Golem. I should have thought of it earlier. The Red-Eyed Golem's strength was rather outstanding. They even formed an army of the Red-Eyed Golem to fight everywhere. They came with ill intentions. Tang Tian snorted. His expression darkened. They better know what's good for them. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 157. Ling Su rolled his eyes. He could not be bothered with the idiot. Gong Yixiu's appearance was handsome and delicate, a faint smile always hanging on his face. He took small sips of wine, patiently cutting the ribs in front of him along the bones, one small piece at a time, then using a fork to send it into his mouth. His etiquette was impeccable, and his language was friendly. His intuition had increased by 5 times, and he could feel the huge changes it would bring to him. The world around him had become completely different, it was extremely clear, and he could see everything clearly. Tang Tian's 6 senses had all been upgraded. 18 times of intuition. What a weird and interesting martial technique. Tang Tian's tone was filled with surprise. If there is a chance in the future and I can find Red-Eye Star, I must definitely pay my respects. Tang Tian was stunned, no reaction. He immediately changed to the ethereal style and said, "Try this." Tang Tian was immersed in the 5 weird hand styles and forgot himself. The 5 hand styles all had their own wonders, and Tang Tian named them as the Grasping Flower style, Weeping Sword style, Angry Fist style, Ethereal style, and Imposing style. Tang Tian saw that Ling Su had taken the bait and laughed in his heart, but he pretended to be calm and displayed the Grasping Flower style. Tang Tian found Ling Su and spoke with the tone of a boss. "Come, I will teach you a few interesting martial techniques." But Bing was experienced. He quickly adjusted his attitude and did not think about the 5 golem styles, but considered the change in intuition and the influence it brought. The big man was called Unan, ranked 39 on Phylan's star. Xianxia acted as though he did not see it and said, "With Master's help, the mechanical weapons can be sold to every corner of Onyx Soul. 30% is more than enough for us to spend. Furthermore, 70% seems like a lot. How can Master's superior not give it to us?" Xianxia's tone was calm. He had enough confidence to say that Phylin's star was ranked 20th. Even compared to the deacon, he was only 7 ranks behind. Other martial techniques would have to go through a period of unfamiliarity, familiarity, and improvement, but these 5 moves did not. Ever since the 5 meridians had been opened, the power of the 5 forms had exploded in an instant. After that, it had not increased at all. He thought of Ling Su. Of the 5 golem styles, apart from the Weeping Sword style and the Rage Fist style, which were not suitable for Ling Su, the other 3 styles were suitable for Ling Su. No way, Ling Su doesn't even dare to try? Are you afraid that you won't be able to learn and embarrass yourself? Oh dear, you can't be that timid, right? Tang Tian looked very surprised. The others remained silent. He casually struck a solemn pose. Although it was just an imitation, his movements were very accurate. Tang Tian had never heard of 5 completely unknown and mysterious meridians. He asked Bing, but Bing also shook his head. Rank 20 and rank 50, although it looked like there was only a difference of 30 ranks, the 2 were on completely different levels. Even the Hua brothers together were not a match for Xianxia. If the top 50 martial artists were the top of the food chain on Phylin's star, then Xianxia would be at the top. Are you sure that's a mechanical weapon from the Southern Cross Army? The man who spoke took a sip of red wine. The food in front of him was not touched at all. He carefully felt the rich changes of the red wine in his mouth. His expression changed from time to time. When Bing heard that, he stood rooted to the ground. Bing's dumbstruck look made Tang Tian feel an indescribable joy. But Tang Tian also knew that the empty spirit style had raised his intuition to its limit. It would not improve anymore in the future. I've seen your work before. It's really not bad. Xianxia opened his eyes and nodded. I've discussed this business with Master before. Master is very supportive. You guys know that Master's relationship with Onyx Soul is very deep. Since he supports us, we will not be making a small fuss. But 70% of the profits will be given to Master. The rest will be split among us. Xianxia took a sip of red wine. After a while, he said indifferently, do they have the right to not know what's good for them? Tang Tian was filled with curiosity towards the red-eye star that flashed like a shooting star. What kind of planet could give birth to such a mystical martial technique? Unin's expression returned to normal. He said, I hope the Gu family knows what's good for them. Tang Tian did not disturb him and left the recruit barracks. On the 3rd day, Tang Tian opened his eyes. There are 4 people. Chief of the Su Shi group, Xianxia, Unin, Su Guang and Gong Yishio. Mu Lei's face was ashen. Although there were only 4 people from the Su Shi group, anyone who saw the name list would not have any thoughts of luck. Tang Tian was bursting with confidence in his own strength. The moment the solemn stance was formed, a change occurred. Bang! Ling Su's eyes flared up. He stopped and turned around. His face was full of anger as he rushed over. Coward? You're talking about yourself. Come on. I want to see what kind of bullshit martial technique this is. Tang Tian decided to call them the 5 Stoneman stances. Ling Su laughed sinisterly. You have guts. Just wait for me to poke you into a beehive. I hate it when my own plans are interrupted. Bing's tone was unhappy. But he still said, seems like you need a new short-term training to deal with the upcoming battle. If Tang Tian were to revolve his true power, he would be able to guide the true power in his body into the corresponding meridians. Every single hand stance had a completely different effect. The grasping flower stance made the person feel warm and comfortable. It was also Tang Tian's favorite stance. The weeping sword stance made the person immersed in a faint sorrow. Even the true power seemed to carry a faint sorrow. The angry fist stance made the person feel as though his body was burning up. His fighting spirit was high and fearless. The empty spirit stance made the person's spirit become clear and pure. The feeling of the 5 senses was greatly improved. But the solemn stance made the person's heart like a boulder. No. Mu Lei shook his head. His gaze was blank. Tang Tian felt that he was unprecedentedly strong. Humph, those Su Shi group better not cause trouble. If they do, I'll beat their butts like popcorn. Ling Su imitated him. There was still no reaction. Ling Su's eyes twitched. His entire body temperature rose. His rage value broke through 100 points. You're really making fun of me. You actually dare to make fun of me? When one's intuition reached 15 times that of an ordinary martial artist, it would be known as multiple levels. This was what Bing called it. Xianxia. Xianxia awoke from the wonderful taste of the fine wine in his mouth. He was not modest. He casually said, "If you're wrong, you'll be in deep trouble." This person's strength was enough to wipe out the entire Gu family. This person was vicious and merciless. He was unreasonable. His hands were stained with blood. Suoguang mumbled, "Master's share is too much." Suoguang, Phylin star rank 52. His square face was as though it was carved by a knife. His eyes were slightly closed. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. He was dressed in a clean white robe. Even though he was tasting wine, he sat upright. "I need 2 hours," Bing said straightforwardly. "After 2 hours, you can come again." The 5 stances flowed endlessly. Gong Ishio laughed bitterly. "Boss, how little confidence do you have in me? This is too sad." "Does the heavens want the Gu family to die?" Gong Ishio puffed out his chest. His tone was filled with strong confidence. "That's right. As long as you give me the real Southern Cross Army mechanical weapon, I will definitely be able to replicate it. In fact, my replica is already very close to the real thing." It was a very strange and interesting 5 stances. Tang Tian also found out the uses of the 5 stances. The Weeping Sword style and the Angry Fist style were undoubtedly the most suitable for battles, while the Grasping Flower style was extremely helpful for training true power, and the Solemn style trained one's willpower. These 2 styles were extremely useful for daily training, and could be used for a long time. What shocked Tang Tian the most was the Ethereal stance. The Ethereal stance could strengthen one's intuition. In a short span of 3 days, Tang Tian's intuition had suddenly increased from 13 times to 18 times. Unan nodded his head. "That's right. But Xiao, are you sure you can replicate it?" A carriage with the Su Shir group's insignia was flying in the air. He was just 1 step away from the highest point. Gu Shue's expression was slightly better. The trials and tribulations had made her determined. She suppressed the depression and despair in her heart. She tried her best to calm herself down. "Did you find out their goal?" The 5 meridians had the same characteristics. They were extremely remote and narrow. In the corner, Suguang's mouth was stuffed with meat. He mumbled, "What mechanical techniques? Xiao is still very reliable." "I heard that the Hua brothers died in their hands." A fierce-looking bearded man said, "To be able to kill the Hua brothers, they must not be weak." The 5 hand stances were completely different from the current martial techniques. Every hand stance corresponded to a meridian. The 5 hand stances corresponded to 5 meridians. "Just leave it to boss." A nonchalant voice came out from the corner. A skinny figure was holding onto a lamb leg with one hand. The other hand was pouring wine into his mouth. His cheeks were flushed red. His eyes were hazy. His entire body was stained with oil. "I can't be wrong." Gong Ishio chuckled. His tone was firm. "It's called Saber-Toothed Tiger. It's a bronze rank. It's one of the Southern Cross Army's standard mechanical weapons. After so many years, the Southern Cross Army's standard mechanical weapons are pitifully rare. This is such a good opportunity. If we let it go, we will be struck by lightning." "Seems like you've gained quite a lot," Bing teased. But his tone was filled with curiosity. Such a weird martial technique was unimaginable. Ling Su snorted. "He did it perfectly." After a while, he stared at Tang Tian impatiently. "You're making fun of me?" The light in his eyes moved. There was a layer of faint light. After a while, the layer of faint light slowly disappeared. "Hey Ling Su. That's true." Gong Ishio nodded his head in agreement. "For someone like me who is ranked 79, it's better for me to stay at the side and live off a woman." "The last one." Tang Tian interrupted Ling Su's roar. He adopted a dignified stance. "If it doesn't work, I'll admit defeat." Gong Ishio chuckled. He broke the silence. "That's right. Who knows, I might even become the #1 mechanical engineer." "Shut up." Xianxia snorted. The temperature in the room dropped. Su Guang's body froze. Xia Yan glanced at him and said blandly, "Don't let me hear such words again. Our actions this time are very taboo. The Gu family's tribute has always been sufficient. The Su Shi group has never interfered with the internal affairs of other families. If we incite the opposition from the other family's old monsters, we will need Master to help us." Xianxia was the chief deacon of the Su Shi group. Chapter 158. Gu Shui and Mu Lei rushed over with a face of shock. "Don't touch him." Bing anxiously stopped Tang Tian. The old man was silent. After a long while, he nodded, "Yes." "Really?" Gu Shui was completely relieved. He was extremely excited and spoke incoherently. "That's great. That's great. Old man Yu is willing to make a move. Yan Xia and the rest will definitely have misgivings." Ling Su, who had calmed himself down, turned to look at Tang Tian and waved the silver spear in his hand. "Thank you for this move. Heh, Su, you have to realize your own dreams, and not your teacher's dreams." The little boy stopped crying. He raised his head. The pair of teary eyes were filled with curiosity. "Teacher, has anyone mastered the real pointed sea spear?" Suddenly, Ling Su had an epiphany. That was willpower. "Ling Su, do you want to give up?" "No, definitely not." Gu Shui's request for help finally let the Gu family see a glimmer of hope. Finished, he waved his hand at Gu Shui and Mu Lei and disappeared. Threads of power from the tightly bound spine were transmitted to his fingers. The qi that was released was the power that was out of control. He was full of patience and slowly kept the power back. His temper was explosive, but facing his own body, he was unusually patient. He was very clear. His body was as fragile as glass, even if he trained his 10 fingers to be like steel, but the other parts of his body were shockingly weak. The fingers that held the spear lightly rubbed. Pain and power, such contradictory feelings at this moment, were clearly and ingeniously mixed together. With willpower, one could master the pointed sea spear. Willpower was to never give up no matter what. Relying on his astonishing willpower, Ling Su began to gradually get used to the waves of pain coming from his spine. After getting used to the pain, he tried to control the situation. Ling Su suddenly laughed out loud. 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks, like dewdrops reflecting the sunlight. "But, teacher, I will definitely master the pointed sea spear. I want to realize teacher's dream." "Ha ha ha." "Ah? Ooh." Gu Shui heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to persuade Tang Tian to leave earlier, she heard Tang Tian muttering to himself, "No, if I'm really surpassed by Ling Su, I'll lose face." The little boy found it hard to understand. What was a genius bad guy? He nodded, not really understanding. "Little Su, I'll remember." "Teacher, how did he master the pointed sea spear?" "Su, you don't have to cultivate your spear arts anymore. As long as you're alive, I'll be very happy." The little boy nodded heavily. He had memorized it. "Who is he? Is it very powerful?" The little boy was filled with curiosity. An astonishing aura, with Ling Su as the center, suddenly exploded. An indescribable cold energy suddenly snaked out from his heart, following an unfamiliar narrow meridian, cutting through brambles and thorns. Like an extremely thin ice needle, it instantly pierced through the entire meridian. When this thin meridian was pierced through, Ling Su's body trembled. The cold energy went straight to his spine. Like a dazzling torch, it gradually dimmed in the darkness. In the summer, a thin and small figure slowly climbed up the towering cliff that was as straight as a knife. His fingers dug into the rock, sweat dripped down his chin, and his body slowly moved up. Suddenly, he could not continue, and fell from the hundreds of feet high cliff, crashing into the deep pool below. On the hundreds of feet high cliff, it was densely packed with finger-sized holes. It was uncountable. The old man's turbid eyes flashed a trace of pain and sorrow. He's a genius bad guy. He only wants power. He betrayed his own beliefs. Su, you must remember, no matter when, you must be a good person. Pa, I'll lose to you? Tang Tian was furious. He jumped up and pointed at Ling Su's back, shouting, "Come, Ling Su, I'll let you see the 5 stone forms that I've just comprehended. I'll directly beat your face until it's bloody. He was very experienced in this area. His broken body was the opponent that he needed to fight against every day. It was everywhere, an enemy for life. Tang Tian woke up. He recovered from the shock. He put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. How is it? Following me, your boss. You'll eat and drink well. It must be great. Come, obediently call me boss. Miss. The messenger was extremely excited. Old man Yu agreed. He agreed. In the autumn, in the golden forest, a skinny figure continuously used his fingers to rub the heavy wooden spear, chi, shooting at the falling leaves. The little boy held the wooden spear that was much taller than him, and trained alone. Willpower. The teacher's smile was filled with bitterness. Although he's not a good person, but he's the most determined and cruel person I've ever seen. Mu Lei nodded his head. Let me handle this matter. But realizing teacher's dream is Su's dream. Mu Lei waved his fist, his expression agitated. Amidst the intense cold bone-piercing pain in his spine, a strange energy suddenly burst forth. This energy flowed along his body, into his palms and fingers. The teacher's words were like rolling thunder, reverberating in his mind. In the spring, the little boy was topless, his deformed and skinny body, his perspiration evaporating. Every one of his fingers was wrapped with a tough leather rope. The other end of the rope passed through the branches and hung a log that was thicker than his body. Failure, and failure. The little boy's pale face revealed a painful expression, but he still persevered in his training. The irritable qi that enveloped the Gu family disappeared without a trace, as though it was just an illusion. The pointed sea spear that Ling Su used was twice as big as usual. Teacher, what is willpower? The little boy asked with his eyes wide open. Bang! Gu Shue's face was filled with joy. Let the people below get ready, use the highest etiquette, and welcome old man Yu. It's a good thing for him. Bing said solemnly, as long as he can endure it. Ling Su's face was still in pain, but he slowly opened his eyes. The orange-red color was calm. The dignified meridians were connected, the threads of energy continuously drilled into his spine from his heart, continuously producing that steel-like energy, and poured into his fingers. Gu Shui and Mu Lei could only look at each other and smile bitterly. Just at this time, suddenly, a person barged in with a face full of ecstasy. He was the messenger that Gu Shui had sent out. Like a wild beast's instinctive howl, it resonated throughout the entire Gu family. Everyone who heard it could not help but look at the courtyard where Ling Su and Tang Tian were at in fear. No matter what, I will not give up. The pain did not lessen at all, but instead became more intense. But the feeling of his fingers being filled with energy was so clear, so enchanting. Ling Su gasped for breath. His orange-red eyes stared blankly at his fingers. This time, the pain, other than being pricked by needles, there was also a bone-piercing chill. Under the intense pain, Ling Su's body bent like a prawn. A sea of pointed sea spears like the stars brought along a soul-shaking scream and breathtaking splendor sprinkled out. In the world of ice and snow, a skinny figure bent his back on the thick layer of ice, used his fingers to continuously dig at the ice layer that was harder than steel. Plop, the exhausted little boy fell to the ground on his buttocks, and he burst into tears. Gu Shui and Mu Lei were stunned at the same time, and immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. The lonely, skinny, deformed figure kept on falling in the snow, occasionally groaning in pain. The boy's face was always sickly pale, like the snow on the ground. Until one day he accidentally used his fingers to rub the wooden spear, and the wooden spear suddenly shot out. Willpower was the bridge between pain and power. The intense pain made him howl like a wild beast. His raised face was filled with pain, his face distorted. The ice breath pierced the deformed bones in his body, producing an intense pain, which was 100 times stronger than usual. His mind was blank. After an unknown period of time, an old man slowly walked out from the void, holding onto a little boy. Bing! What is he doing? Tang Tian was extremely anxious. Idiot! Ling Su rolled his eyes. threw the back of his blue head to Tang Tian, and walked forward without looking back. Be careful, don't be left far behind by me, then I will think of you as a burden. He was stunned and shouted excitedly, causing the snow on the trees to shake and fall. Willpower is to not give up no matter what. The teacher caressed the little boy's head and encouraged him warmly. Su must also be a man with willpower in the future. A power far beyond his imagination exploded from his fingers, and the spear suddenly disappeared. Ling Su felt that his 10 fingers suddenly became as strong as steel. Tang Tian stared blankly at the soul-shocking pointed sea spear. It was slowly dissipating in the air. When Ling Su's silver spear disappeared from his hands, he actually did not catch it. The deep black metallic luster on his 10 fingers was so eye-catching, the power that permeated it made him stunned. The pain in his body was like an endless wave, continuously attacking him. But he felt the sky was so beautiful, the sun was so bright, the world was so beautiful. Teacher, I will definitely be able to master the real pointed sea spear. Tang Tian turned pale with fright. He was shocked by the unforeseen event and wanted to rush forward. Ling Su waved his hand, did not reply, and left without looking back. I must have willpower, I must be able to master the pointed sea spear. Ling Su's mind was blank, the intense pain was like thousands of needles stabbing into his body. His entire body was covered with cuts and bruises. It was not the first time he encountered such pain, although he would soak in the medicinal liquid regularly, but after a period of time, his body could not bear the burden, and would always bring him a big movement. Su, don't be sad, actually it's okay. Teacher also did not master the real pointed sea spear. Old man, you said, this precedent cannot be set. He has already contacted a few experts from the other families. The messenger was also extremely excited. He will be here soon. The experts from the other families will come one after another. Chapter 159. Tang Tian spoke eloquently and claimed that the mask was naturally suitable for Ling Su because the black and white were distinct. I know where to find the map. Tang Tian said, it is in the luggage that Shui prepared for us to go to the Stargate trials. Gu Shui and Mu Lei did not expect that their discussion would be heard by Tang Tian. Tang Tian listened for a while and roughly understood the helpers that Gu Shui found needed 3 days to arrive, and the Su Shi group needed 1.5 days to arrive, and Gu Shui was thinking of ways to delay until the helpers arrived. Tang Tian finally heaved a sigh of relief to be able to struggle out of hell and see the light of day again. When he once again bathed in the sunlight, he almost cried tears of joy. Although it was only a short period of time, but Tang Tian felt as though he had struggled for a long time. Tang Tian and Ling Su nodded their heads. As the chief instructor of an army, it was an easy task for him to formulate a small-scale battle plan. No one cared about him. Then what do we do now? Unan frowned and asked, if we really make a big fuss, then even Master will not be able to get away with it. Then he looked at the other 3 masks, orangutan, horse face, cat. He could only silently choose the panda mask. He even changed the spear in his hand to a common steel spear. Phylin Star's local power was strong, but they also understood they were still under the rule of Onyx Soul, so they lived in harmony for the past few years. But this time, what Xianxia and the rest did could not be seen in public. It was equivalent to giving the other party an excuse. But if they were to give up on the Southern Cross Army's mechanical weapons, everyone would be unwilling. Ling Su uncomfortably touched the mask on his face. He felt that this could be the most humiliating day of his life. The charmingly naive panda mask on his face always gave him the urge to tear it off. Another advantage of Crane Beak Valley as an ambush location is that it is surrounded by the Black Mountain Forest. The terrain there is complicated, and it is very suitable to shake off the enemy's pursuit. As long as Tang Tian and I are within 200 li of each other, we can return to him. We can make good use of this. Bing did not care about him and continued. The Crane Beak Valley has a few high elevations, and other than the airflow within the Crane Beak Valley being calmer, the airflow outside the valley and in the sky is rather chaotic and not suitable for the carriage to fly. Moreover, they would never expect to be ambushed. This is very advantageous to us. Just as he left Ling Su's courtyard, Tang Tian suddenly heard Gu Shui and Mu Lei discussing in low voices. Perhaps it was due to his enhanced intuition, but Tang Tian's hearing was much better than before. How far is the Su Shi group from here? Gu Shui asked Mu Lei. Have you memorized the escape route? Bing had the posture of a veteran soldier. The dumbstruck Tang Tian was kicked into the chamber of the 18 bronze figures by Bing, and then began his hellish life of training. Black and white, you asshole. To celebrate his temporary escape from the abyss of suffering, Tang Tian decided to rest for an hour today and relax. He strolled around the courtyard aimlessly, while Ling Su was bitterly training his spear arts. After watching for a while, Tang Tian realized that Ling Su's spear arts had improved tremendously. Ling Su retorted sarcastically, "If you have the ability, don't run." Tang Tian even suspected that the 18 trash were taking the opportunity to take revenge. Their attacks were dark and ruthless. Even with Tang Tian's intuition increased by 18 times, he was still tortured to the point that he wished he was dead. Tang Tian's face was full of joy, and he took out 4 colorful masks from his back. Everyone's attention was roused, and they hid themselves, waiting for a sneak attack. Bing continued, "Our goal is to drag time, so we cannot let them completely lose their target so that they will continue to come to the Gu family." A ruthless look flashed past Xianxia's eyes. "We need to increase our speed and get it before Old Man Yu. When it's in our hands, the initiative is in our hands. Does anyone know if there's a shortcut? Go. Abandon the carriage." Xianxia made a decision without hesitation and turned to order, "Slow down the carriage." The 3 of them looked at Xianxia. He was the boss of this small group. Everyone was regretting they should not have sent a letter to the Gu family. They thought with the Su Shi group's name, the Gu family would definitely not dare to resist. It was just a mechanical weapon, although it was rare, but to incur hatred with the Su Shi group, the majority of people would not do such a stupid thing. Su Aguang said, "I know of a shortcut. It's not easy to walk, but we can save half a day." Unwilling to be left out, Gong Yishio's mouth exposed a sneer. Although Old Man Yu's strength is not the strongest, but he is old, experienced, and has enough prestige. Phylin's star and the other local powers already have enmity with our Su Shi group. If this time he is able to unite a few families and make us suffer, then the name of Phylin Star's #1 big shot will be established. The young lady is powerful. The person you chose is really suitable. The sunlight was still the most comfortable. No problem, Ling Su will definitely not have a problem. If he does not do it, then he will be going against his teacher's teachings. Tang Tian shook his head and imitated Ling Su's tone. For justice. As expected, very quickly, Tang Tian found the map. And the conspirators had one more person, Ling Su. Tang Tian was right when he brought out the righteous words, "for justice." Ling Su agreed. The childish Tang Tian, wearing an orangutan mask, would occasionally imitate the orangutan and let out weird sounds. Bing's complexion was not good. He could only choose a horse mask. Only this mask was suitable for his poker face. Ghost Claw was a cat. Using Tang Tian's words, they all used their claws. If it was the solemn style, then it should be willpower, but how can willpower be improved? Furthermore, from the situation that day, the solemn style and Ling Su obviously had some kind of resonance. This fellow actually caused the solemn style to resonate. It was really weird. That's right. Bing nodded. Your strength, although not as good as Xianxia, but if Xianxia wants to kill you, it will not be that easy. Gu Shui clenched his teeth. We have to think of a way to delay them. Only Old Man Yu can handle them. It could be seen that Ling Su, whose strength had increased greatly, was eager to have a battle. Xianxia, who was ranked 20th, how strong was he? No one had any idea. They are here. They came from Mingwang City, so they can only take this route. Bing drew a path on the map, then pointed to a place. They are sitting in a carriage. That means they have a certain altitude. So the most suitable place for us to ambush is here. He suddenly thought about the Golem 5 techniques. His improvement was his intuition, but what did Ling Su improve on? Tang Tian admitted that his willpower was definitely not weak, but even so, his resonance with the solemn style was far from Ling Su's. So weird. The difficulty of the chamber of the 18 bronze figures could actually be adjusted. His words were impolite, but no one objected. Asshole. Wasted 10 minutes of my time. Tang Tian mocked. Ling Su, you're too cowardly, we haven't even started fighting, and you're only thinking about escaping. What's the escape route? Ling Su asked. Not long later, a luxurious carriage appeared in everyone's vision. Tang Tian, who quietly retreated, immediately thought of a brilliant idea. Suoguang mumbled, Old man, you must be tired of living, to actually take the initiative to cause trouble. What is he trying to do? Bing's thoughts were clear, orderly, and immediately caused Tang Tian's confidence to soar, as expected of a professional. You, me, Ling Su, Ghost Claw, the four of us, we need a map, and ambush them at the intersection. We need to disguise ourselves, and prepare the escape route and hiding spots. Ghost Claw will cover the rear. The loss of him being killed is that you will not be able to summon him out again in the next 10 days. Yen Xia glanced at the report, and said indifferently, Seems like the young lady is smarter than we thought. But it has to be said, Bing's method was effective. The 18 trash were familiar with Tang Tian's attack methods, and under the situation where their strength was doubled, they completely suppressed Tang Tian. Tang Tian scolded in his heart, and without hesitation, he turned and left. Ling Su understood. That means we have to run, but we can't run too fast. The thickness of Tang Tian's skin had obviously exceeded Ling Su's imagination. Tang Tian laughed mischievously, Watch how I beat them up like dogs. Could it be that this rascal's willpower was very strong? The four of them soared from the carriage and landed in the dense forest below. Tang Tian watched for a while and decided to throw the question to the back of his head. It was not easy to get an hour of relief, and to waste it on Ling Su. Tang Tian was not happy at all. They are coming from Mingwang City, and should still be a day and a half away. They are sitting in a carriage. Mu Lei's tone revealed a tinge of nervousness. Old man, you and the rest will need about 3 days to reach. In Tang Tian's impression, Ling Su was definitely the most bad-tempered person he had ever met, and would explode at the slightest provocation. Although this rascal kept on talking about justice, but Tang Tian felt that this rascal was actually more suitable to be a bandit and kill people. The place Bing pointed to was Crane Beak Valley. There's only one problem left, disguise. Bing touched his chin. Our goal is not to fight to the death with them, but to delay them, and let them fight with Old Man Yu. So, we need to disguise. That's right, we need to think of a way. Mu Lei was also at his wit's end. Bing understood Tang Tian's intention, and started to think from a professional point of view. If it's just to delay them, if we are fully prepared, it is still possible. They completely did not expect that Gu Shue's reaction would be so intense. The hellish training only took a short period of time, and Tang Tian had squeezed out all the room for improvement in his intuition. Tang Tian laughed, I like this name. Seeing the name, Crane, in the name, Tang Tian felt that it was very close. The information was quickly passed around in the hands of the few of them, and their faces were not good. Bing formulated a new training plan for Tang Tian's sudden increase in intuition. The new plan was simple. Bing increased the difficulty of the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. Hey Bing, if we do a sneak attack, do you think we can delay the Susher group? Tang Tian told Bing his thoughts. Chapter 160. Tang Tian could be considered to be experienced. Upon seeing the panic in the eyes of the man in front of him, he knew that the opponent's strength was not too strong. Bing and Ghost Claw immediately broke away from the battle, one on the left and one on the right. They split up and escaped. The carriage dropped down freely. Ling Su's figure that was flying in the air was filled with elegance, but at the moment he was like a blazing flame that was being blown by the wind. His eyes were burning, every part of his body was burning. The ice-cold black spear was burning red, releasing an astonishing amount of heat. The plan was a success. Bastard! You're dead! The female bodyguard's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, but she quickly calmed down, her sword tip moving at an extremely high frequency, continuously moving. The carriage got closer and closer. On the carriage hung an eye-catching sign, but Tang Tian and the rest did not recognize it. From the specifications, it was extremely luxurious and, appearing at this time, was extremely compatible with their goal. The two of them quickly distanced themselves. Kill! Among the crowd, a few people rushed over, wanting to block them. With a thought, Tang Tian's figure disappeared, and he hid behind the Whiterun crane vortex. The big-statured man bellowed and punched out. Tang Tian's luck was not bad. Bing and Ghost Claw were in a tough battle. He was like a real gorilla, moving freely in the dense forest. The little girl who was tied up tightly on his back widened her obsidian-like eyes and looked curiously at the guy wearing a gorilla mask in front of her. The opponent was struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Tang Tian's palm imprinted on the opponent's body. Borrowing the momentum, he floated and rushed past the opponent's defense. Tang Tian's heart was immediately filled with joy. Success was right in front of him. The female bodyguard was tall, her hair was golden yellow, tied into a ponytail. In her hand was a cold sword, looking somewhat valiant and heroic. After running like that for an entire day, night fell, and the dense forest became gloomy and terrifying. The pursuers behind still had no intention of giving up, but their speed had obviously slowed down, causing Tang Tian to have no choice but to stop for a longer period of time. Almost before he finished speaking, the stars in the sky poured down like rain, enveloping the entire carriage. A look of ecstasy appeared in the other party's eyes. A good chance. Without thinking, he took the initiative to attack. The steel saber in his hand flashed a few cold rays, aiming straight for Tang Tian's flaws. Once the distance was misjudged, there would often be a short period of paralysis. This was a very good opportunity. However, at this time, Tang Tian's figure suddenly moved, dodging the saber by a hair's breadth. The sharp white vortexes were like high-speed rotating blades, like a flock of startled white cranes, instantly filling her vision. In his field of vision, the target carriage was rapidly expanding. The blazing battle intent was like roiling lava. The graceful figure in midair suddenly let out a thunderous roar. The spear was like an arrow that had left the bow, but his body was like a leaf that was as light as a feather, flying along with the momentum of the spear. Ling Su seemed to have drilled out from the void beside the carriage, bringing with him a piercingly cold and dazzling spear aura. Like an ancient knight, he rushed towards the carriage. The white crane vortex. Tang Tian took the chance to snatch the girl from the female guard's hands. The female guard's eyes flashed with panic, but Tang Tian did not give her the chance to fight, and flew down without hesitation. Do it! Tang Tian and the other two moved at the same time. The spear tips suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, Ling Su's figure also disappeared. In that moment, Tang Tian realized the importance of the target. Although he did not know who the girl was, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend, this phrase, he still understood. When his feet touched the ground, he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run!" The carriage immediately split into pieces. The strong qi, wherever it passed, the thick body of the carriage, immediately crumbled into pieces. Screams and curses came out from the carriage. It was a mess. The carriage that had lost control stopped in the air. If he ran till tomorrow morning, he would more or less reach the planned location. Based on the current situation, he did not even need Ghost Claw to help him shake off the pursuers. Ling Su knew how powerful he was. As expected, he was strong. "How dare you!" A roar suddenly came out from the carriage. A majestic figure suddenly appeared in front of the carriage. The cold aura blossoming in front of him was like rain, but his expression did not change at all. Tang Tian was astonished. The female guard's sword techniques were rather solid. Her attainments were not bad, but she obviously did not know how to fight. Tang Tian noticed another detail. The female guard's protection of the girl was more important than her own protection. Seeing how nervous the female guard was towards the girl, it was obvious that she was an extremely important hostage. If they could capture her, then they would not have to worry whether or not the group of people would chase after them. Bang! Tang Tian immediately realized the girl was extremely important to Xianxia and the rest. Shua! Tang Tian, who was in the air, seemed to have misjudged the distance and rushed a little too fast. So, Tang Tian quickly placed his attention on the scene. He found a valuable target. In the hands of a female guard, There was a little girl who was previously tied up tightly, her mouth was gagged. It could be seen that the female guard's sword technique was very strict, quite a bit of proficiency, but such a textbook attack was obviously not enough to deal with Tang Tian. The big man's pupils suddenly shrank, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. But he did not have any fear. Although the opponent's spear technique was amazing, his own fist technique was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, the little girl on his back desperately twisted her body. Thinking clearly, Tang Tian's figure flashed and appeared beside the female guard. But the big man's face changed greatly. The big man did not know why, but his mind involuntarily came up with this word. This guy wearing a funny panda mask actually made him feel this way. Tang Tian's heart was incomparably proud at this moment. As long as he brought these people deep into the forest, even if they wanted to leave, without spending a few days, it would be impossible to get out. The corner of his mouth floated an undetectable smile. The 5 fingers on his right hand that was placed at the end of the spear rubbed. The spear in his hand shook into a circle. The cold aura that blossomed in the sky suddenly disappeared. When the female guard suddenly felt that the power coming from the tip of the sword was not right, it was already too late. This sudden burst of power caused her sword tip to shake. The middle door was wide open, and Tang Tian rushed into her bosom like lightning. She immediately noticed Tang Tian, who was wearing the orangutan mask, so when Tang Tian appeared beside her, she was not surprised at all. The sword in her hand trembled, 3 sword flowers blossomed, and went straight for Tang Tian. The light in Ling Su's eyes increased. The opponent's strength, instead, further stimulated his fighting intent. His entire body seemed to be burning, only his fingers were as cold as steel. Pressing forward, Bing's words were definitely not nonsense. In battle, Tang Tian would always display his battle intelligence that far exceeded normal people. After his intuition became sharp, this was especially scary. All the minute details would always be used by him. The big man was enraged. With a long whistle, he turned and pounced towards Ling Su. In that moment, he decided to snatch the little girl over. Although she had the protection of the armor, but Tang Tian's strength was too strong. Her body was in so much pain that she froze. Without any hesitation, the moment the carriage appeared, the first to move was Ling Su. The pink sword flowers were extremely cute, but at the moment, they were filled with dense killing intent. But the pursuers behind obviously did not have any intention of giving up. They chased like crazy. Tang Tian carried the little girl, sprinting in the dense forest. The roars and footsteps behind him never stopped. This time, Tang Tian also used all his strength. The complicated terrain of the dense forest gave him a huge help. His 18 times intuition allowed him to know in advance where there were obstacles, where there were dangers. Like a meteor crashing, the spear hit the carriage. The big man did not expect Ling Su to be so determined to escape. When he reacted, he was even more furious. Damn panda, you are dead today. Tang Tian in battle was scary. Ling Su did not care about his own battle results. According to his previous plan, without hesitation, he fiercely rubbed the spear body. The spear body broke through the air outside the valley, his body as light as a feather stuck to the spear. The spear pierced towards the huge fist aura. Not good. This time, Tang Tian was surprised. Such a precise elbow attack was definitely not casually used. This girl had learned close combat before. But Tang Tian's body was faster than his thoughts. Almost instinctively, his palm blocked the opponent's elbow attack, and at the same time, his right fist struck her soft abdomen. In order to not let the opponent lose him, sometimes, Tang Tian would even purposely stop and rest for a while. Fiercely stepping on the ground, his entire body soared into the air. In mid-air, he rubbed his fingers. The spear suddenly flew out. This was his unique technique. All these techniques had one goal, which was to avoid his weak body. Very quickly, Tang Tian realized that the opponent could not catch up to him. The sharp whistling sound was like a tide. The momentum was terrifying. His palms clasped together, the flames at an astonishing speed continuously gathered and rotated on his fists. In the blink of an eye, it was the size of a wine jar. The tip of the spear lit up with a cold aura, even brighter than the most dazzling stars in the night sky. After experiencing the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, once Tang Tian fought, he would not hesitate to use any method that was effective would be used. He did not forget his own mission. To Tang Tian, the darkness had almost no effect. He did not rely on his eyes to avoid obstacles and dangers. But to other people, the darkness would cause the complicated terrain of the forest to become more dangerous and troublesome. They did not dare to increase their speed. One by one, figures flew out from the carriage that had lost control. The burly man screamed, his body extended, like a big eagle spreading its wings. He pounced towards Ling Su. His body moved along with the spear, elegant like the wind. His hand took the opportunity to place on the back of the opponent's steel blade. The crane body energy was released. Facing the carriage that was flying at a low altitude, Ling Su's fighting spirit rose to the extreme. His orange eyes turned into a blazing flame, his blue hair fluttering recklessly. Tang Tian's hands trembled. A red fist aura the size of a wine jar flew out, and in mid-air, with a terrifying whistling sound, it rushed towards Ling Su. The female guard panicked, suddenly released her sword, and elbowed towards Tang Tian. The blade aura was like a white snake spitting out its tongue. In a blink of an eye, he flew more than 10 feet. Chapter 161. It's here. Suoguang was the most familiar with the Black Mountain City, and pointed to the bustling Gu family that was decorated with lanterns and banners. She decided to go take a look later, to see if anything happened to Tian and the rest. Bing, take care of her. Tang Tian threw the little girl to Bing, and without waiting for Bing to speak, he rushed out. Xianxia replied, go and find those 3 rascals. Xianxia was too lazy to talk nonsense. Hand over Tang Tian. Tang Tian was surprised, and took out some water for the little girl. The little girl gulped down a few mouthfuls, then stopped and said unhappily, hey, quickly untie me. This made the little girl happy. I know you're still not letting go of me. Be careful and wait for me. Tang Tian put down the little girl on his back, and took the handkerchief that was stuffed in her mouth. Xia's killing intent suddenly disappeared without a trace, as though nothing had happened, and chuckled. Seems like, old man, you misunderstood us. Since that's the case, let's wait for the deacon to come. Ling Su, who was not willing to admit defeat, suddenly flushed red. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. He took a deep breath, his aura exploding. Go and die. When the 3 of them rushed over, there were sounds of intense fighting coming from ahead. Tang Tian and the other 2 were shocked, and immediately shot out like arrows. With that said, he flicked his finger, and a star coin card was inserted into the ground beside Mu Lei. Xianxia also revealed a smile, but his eyes became even colder. Old Wu, go and knock on the door. The gorilla in front of him nodded. How can I? With Tian and Ling Su's temper, they would definitely rush out without thinking. The others all revealed mocking smiles. Mu Lei fell to the ground, his face pale and blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He forced himself to stand up. Looking at Mu Lei's appearance, Gu Shue's tears almost fell down. She knew that this was not the time to cry, so she gritted her teeth and turned around to shout, Xianxia! What do you mean by that? Can the Su Shi group barge into my Gu clan? Of course I know. A ball of jet black fist aura shot out from his fist. Gu Shui could hardly believe her eyes. She was pleasantly surprised. Old man, you! Screams and curses immediately rang out. The expressions of Unin and the others changed slightly. Only Xianxia remained calm. I didn't expect old man you to come so quickly. Why should I untie you? Tang Tian was baffled. A captive should have the awareness of being a captive. Xia's face darkened. Search. That's good. I believe Deacon Su will give this old man an explanation. Old man, you saw Xianxia retreating and felt pleased. Who dares to cause trouble in the Gu clan? Mu Lei's figure appeared at the door. I want to drink water. The little girl was not afraid at all. For some reason, deep inside Tang Tian's body, there seemed to be a voice speaking to him. But just now, the burly man had used a powerful attack to suppress and exhaust his physical strength. His body finally collapsed at this moment. Do you know who I am? The little girl raised her head and asked Tang Tian proudly. Elder Yu was exceptionally shrewd and snorted coldly, "We are here this time to see how your esteemed Su Shi group will carry out their missions." Wait. An old voice suddenly sounded out from behind. He had white hair and eyebrows. His face was rosy. His steps were steady. He had an imposing look. Everyone who came with him, upon seeing the mess at the Gu clan's door, all of their faces turned ugly. Ling Su was in a difficult situation. The opponent obviously had the upper hand. His fists were ferocious. Every time he punched, a millstone-sized fist aura whistled through the air. His attacks were extremely fast. The entire sky was filled with millstone-sized fist auras. They whistled like rain, terrifying people's souls. The surrounding forest was in a mess. Dust flew everywhere. Every fist aura was like a millstone that was thrown by an ancient catapult. When it hit the ground, it would definitely cause soil to splatter. Tang Tian's attack caught Ling Su off guard. Ling Su's body was stiff like a wooden stake. He flipped in the air and flew towards Bing. The little girl's eyes were spewing fire. A captive should have the awareness of being a captive. Tang Tian felt that the little girl's brain was not good. Oh, even if it was him, if he was a captive, he would definitely not say such stupid words. But, like a shooting star, she fell from the sky and smashed heavily onto the Gu clan's door. If such a gaze could kill, Tang Tian would have died countless of times. The little girl struggled with all her might in Tang Tian's hands. Although the little girl's strength was negligible to Tang Tian, but Tang Tian still felt that it was troublesome. It would affect his movements. Tang Tian ignored the little girl's gaze. He was satisfied with his own skills. He even tried to toss the little girl up and down. Seeing that the little girl was like a wooden stake, he was finally satisfied. They are not here. Gu Shui forced himself to calm down. He shook his head. They left a few days ago. Ling Su's face turned white. The pursuers are gone. Tang Tian said to Bing. The vermilion door that had just been painted was instantly broken into pieces. Qi flowed everywhere. Qi waves wreaked havoc. The guards of the Gu clan nearby were swept away by the Qi waves. He was also curious about how long Tang Tian could last. Bing had already realized that Tang Tian's improvement in actual battles was much faster than training. Even though his training plan was outstanding, it could not be compared to actual battles. But she felt weird. Tian and the rest did not come out. Without saying a word, he found a few sturdy old vines and wrapped them around the little girl's body. Tang Tian completely ignored Ling Su, who was dancing behind him. He turned to look at the big man. Squinting his eyes, he said, "Sorry, I've changed people." Seeing this, Tang Tian was overwhelmed with shock. "Tian, you guys better not come out." Everyone shouted at Unin's ears. Unin laughed. Facing the Gu clan's door, he suddenly lowered his back into a horse stance. Clenching his fists, he rushed forward. Scram! Ling Su, who had been suppressed from start to finish, was already burning with anger. Tang Tian's words immediately made him furious. Without hesitation, he prepared to unleash his killing technique. His aura suddenly rose. Suddenly, his spine seemed to be stuck, completely not listening to him. "You want to fight with me?" He did not immediately let Ghost Claw make a move. Every battle, to Tang Tian, was a rare opportunity for him to fight. "Ha! Now you can't move. From now on, you're called Little Rattan Girl." He turned to look behind him. He felt weird. Why isn't he catching up? Isn't his speed a little too slow? The little girl was shocked to realize that the gorilla had actually stuffed the silk handkerchief back into her mouth. She struggled with all her might, but could only let out whimpering sounds. This kind of person, if they were to attack a city, one person would be able to destroy the city walls. Unin and the other two wanted to move. Suddenly, 3 figures flew out from Old Man Yu's back. They appeared in front of Unin and the other two. Unin and the rest knew the 3 of them. Liexan, Lu Qing, Jitian. They were all famous experts. Bing was also confused. He looked at Little Rattan Girl in Tang Tian's hands. "Why are you bringing her?" Scram. Unin did not speak any nonsense. He punched out again. Tang Tian's mind was roused. He told them about what happened that day, and his guesses. Bing also felt that it was reasonable. Oh, if it's like that, they will definitely catch up. Let's find Ling Su first. He's the most dangerous. The person chasing him is very powerful. Uncle Mu. Gu Shui panicked. Poof, a foot suddenly landed on his face. Gu Shui heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that Old Man Yu had ulterior motives. But to her, as long as Old Man Yu and the rest were around, Xianxia and the rest would not dare to act recklessly. With that, he turned and spoke to Gu Shui. Miss Gu, we like a quiet courtyard. Just now, my subordinate was rash. He was too heavy-handed and injured your servant. It's a pity. Oh, here's the medical fee. The four of them swaggered into the Gu family. The three of them immediately rushed to the meeting point. Something was wrong. What do you mean? Gong Ishio chuckled. Just a greeting. Who knew that the Gu family's main door would be so weak? Gu Shui's face turned white. She suddenly understood. Xianxia and the rest's target was Tian. Xia's face darkened. His killing intent surged. Everyone's face changed. What are you doing? This is the Gu family. That's right. If we don't come faster, the Gu family will be destroyed. Old Man Yu's face darkened. His anger was so strong that everyone around him felt their bodies tighten. A pressure enveloped them. Gu Shui's face was pale. She stared at Xianxia. This brat, Unin laughed out loud. He was filled with disdain and contempt. What bullshit Tianqing Mule. You're just so. You're the captive. And Bing's eyes were still on him. This tall and sturdy man, although his strength was outstanding, he was wide open. It was completely different from Tang Tian's close combat style. The little girl was about 7 or 8 years old. She had golden hair and black eyes. She was cute and adorable. She looked like a doll. There was no fear on her face. Instead, she was excited. Let me do it. Tang Tian, who was in the air, shouted at the top of his lungs. Old Man, you did not have any fear in his eyes. His imposing manner was not at a disadvantage. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will not let the Gu family be humiliated. Since when did the Su Shi group have the authority to search other people's houses? What a joke. Defeat him. Defeat him. As long as you defeat him, you can become stronger. Xianxia said indifferently, unless Old Man Yu wants to stop my Su Shi group from carrying out our mission? Tang Tian decided to give up. He quickly found Bing and Ghost Claw. They were not injured at all. Tsk. Seems like this young lady is not an ordinary person. She looks like she wants to do something big. Old Man, you would definitely be overjoyed to see such a scene. Gong Ishio laughed. If we destroy Old Man Yu's place like this, won't he be so angry that he can't breathe? After waiting for 2 hours, there was still no sign of her. After a while, the young lady's entire body was wrapped tightly by the old vines. She was like a straight vine pole. Not only could she not move, she could not even bend her body. Seeing Tang Tian rushing out, Bing was moved. How long had it been, and this rascal had already grown to such a shocking level. Such an impatient rascal. Bing took the little vine girl with a helpless look. But he knew that he was not in a suitable state to fight. For the sake of disguise, he did not wear any mechanical weapons. Instead, he had become the weakest member. Unin laughed. He took a step forward. His mountain-like body immediately attracted the attention of others. Mu Lei's gaze was cold. Without hesitation, he punched out. The two fist auras collided. Mu Lei only felt an astonishing force. It was as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the courtyard. For you. Chapter 162. Dang dang dang. With the continuous attacks, Tang Tian's physical strength and true power were depleting at an alarming rate. Attacking could take the initiative, but at the same time, the consumption was higher. Defending was usually passive, but the consumption was much lower. The big-sized man roared. Facing Tang Tian's power, he punched out. Every second was torturous. He knew the opponent's situation was not much better than his. The opponent's fist technique required space to execute, and in such a close-distance situation, there was no space and time for him to make a move. Tan Tue Blade's folding knife. And the figure that was like lightning roared, twisted his waist in mid-air, and punched the air wall. How is that possible? Tang Tian seemed to have expected it, and did not slow down at all. Just as he was about to crash into the fist aura, he suddenly lowered his body, and with a leap he slipped through the gap between the fist aura and the ground. In the moment he slipped through, Tang Tian's palms borrowed the momentum from the ground, and increased his speed. Tang Tian grabbed hold of a life-saving straw, and in a moment he acutely grasped the key point. Tang Tian, who was in a horse stance, both his legs were like iron plows, fiercely plowing a 10-meter-long straight ditch on the ground. Shua! Tang Tian's eyes lit up with a cold aura, both his palms in front of his chest, one at the front and one at the back, his waist suddenly sank down. Bang! The excessive consumption of true power in his body produced emptiness and lack of strength. His throat felt like it was on fire, the air that he breathed was no longer able to give Tang Tian strength, and he relied on his strength to continue. The orangutan young man's strength was not much stronger than the panda young man, but his fighting style was too slippery, too unexpected. With the same 10 points of strength, the panda young man could at most use 10 points, but the brat in front of him could use 12 points. The big-sized man's fist borrowed the momentum and the strength of his entire body. In one hit, actually did not break through the opponent's defense. His first reaction was, how is that possible? His strategy was rather successful. The panda young man was on the brink of death, but he did not expect that halfway through, another orangutan young man would appear. When he heard the orangutan youth's confident declaration of war, he knew that it was another tough one. The high-frequency oscillation of true power spewed out from his fist. The oscillation was instantly transmitted to every corner of the air wall. Bang! A not loud sound. The air wall collapsed like an avalanche. Tang Tian's eyes flashed with ecstasy. This guy, success. Fire tornado. It looked like a blade, but its power was surprisingly great, and it was as fast as lightning. The man sized up Tang Tian. The gorilla mask covered Tang Tian's face, but based on Tang Tian's voice, he could easily tell that his opponent was very young. The panda boy he had just fought was also very young. Before he could finish speaking, his vision blurred, and the other party rushed towards him. How could he break through the enemy's defensive circle? How long had it been since he was in such a sorry state? What Tang Tian didn't know was that the man opposite him was even more shocked. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. A blurred figure, bringing along the sound of the wind, suddenly barged into his vision. It was the orangutan youth. The blood in the man's body was churning, but he didn't have time to think. The barbaric and terrifying orangutan's attacks were like a sudden storm, so concentrated that he couldn't open his eyes. Tang Tian was also suffering. He had persisted for a full 5 minutes of crazy attacks, 5 minutes of using all his strength to attack. The opponent actually did not move. What? Tang Tian's attacks did not relax at all. Even though it consumed a lot of energy, his attacks were still like a torrential downpour. Great Monument Palm, White Crane Vortex, Tan Te Blade, one after another. His energy seemed to be endless. He wanted to increase the distance. He could already see that the orangutan youth's fighting style was completely different from the panda boy. The orangutan youth was more proficient in close combat. The reason why his attacks were unable to break through the defensive circle was because his attacks were outside the defensive circle. What if his attacks were inside the defensive circle? In his vision, a ball of fire was rapidly enlarging. This fist contained a vibrating force. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the little rattan girl in Bing's hands. His face changed, revealing his killing intent. His left fist brought along countless vibrations, imprinting on the defensive circle. The man's heart jumped, but he couldn't care about anything else. The orangutan youth's speed was extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. The man did not look down on the two of them because they were young. On the contrary, his face congealed. The panda boy's spear technique just now made him extremely shocked. If we were to say that he was slightly negligent and looked down on the carriage when it was destroyed, then after such a long stalemate, He had no choice but to admit the panda boy's strength. Tang Tian did not relax at all. The experience in the chamber of the 18 bronze figures had deeply taught him that sometimes victory and defeat were only a thin line apart. If you grab hold of an opportunity, you can win. If you miss an opportunity, you can lose. Tang Tian did not think so much. In battle, his body's instinctive reaction was always faster than his brain. His 18 times intuition at this time completely displayed its power. Just as the man was about to retreat, Tang Tian seemed to have expected it and followed up with another attack. With a step, his right calf in midair consecutively drew out 7 cold blade auras. Tang Tian instantly felt an intense pressure. The fiery red fist aura spun at high speed, bringing with it a whistling sound. Its power was terrifying. But at this time, the man did not have the time to sigh in admiration. In a moment of desperation, his left fist turned into a palm and suddenly struck out horizontally. The orangutan youth's proud voice instantly provoked the man. The man's eyes were filled with killing intent. The aura around his body suddenly exploded, and his speed did not decrease, but instead increased. As long as the opponent has a chance to breathe, the opponent will regroup, and your previous advantage will disappear. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly revealed a dazzling light. He suddenly bent down, his body sticking close to the man's defensive circle. He could only instinctively block. The man also knew that the air wall could not stop the orangutan youth, and at the same time he struck out with his palm, he retreated. But he knew that he needed to be more patient. This rascal's defense was really tight. It was definitely the tightest defense that Tang Tian had ever seen. The man used his true power to set up a thick spherical defensive circle without any blind spots. Every attack of Tang Tian's landed on the opponent's defensive circle. Other than draining the opponent's energy, it did not cause any substantial damage to the opponent. He suddenly exerted strength in his legs, his figure like lightning, pouncing straight towards Bing, who, a millstone-sized red fist aura, with a terrifying power, appeared in front of Tang Tian in a flash. The millstone-sized fist aura blocked the man's vision. When Tang Tian drilled out like a ghost and pounced towards him like lightning, the man's face changed. From collapsing fist to concussion fist, Tang Tian's understanding of concussion far exceeded the average person. Such a tight defensive circle should be a type of defensive martial technique, able to form a perfect spherical defensive space. The man once again sized up the orangutan youth in front of him. The opponent was desperately swinging his arms, which made him feel slightly comforted. But this rascal's power was really strong. His previous guess was not wrong. The orangutan youth's power was not weaker than the panda youth. Concussion fist. The muscles on the man's body bulged, almost bursting out of his clothes. His right fist pulled back, like pulling back an arrow. The fiery red fist aura instantly converged into a ball of fire whirlwind in his right fist. His battle experience was extremely plentiful. Upon exchanging blows, he realized that the panda youth's spear technique, the stronger the pressure, the greater the rebound force. So he used a relatively safe strategy, continuously pressuring but not overly pressuring, continuously draining the opponent's physical strength and true power. Wahaha, I was already prepared for this move of yours. Pu, who knew how many times his arms had been hit. He felt as though he was fighting with the strongest orangutan in history. It had boundless strength, agile movements, and an astonishing beast's intuition. An extremely congealed wall of air protected in front of him. Tang Tian did not dare to shift his gaze away from the opponent. He slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid air, his heart shivering. Such a strong power. After that hard hit, both of his arms were numb. The man knew that after seeing the young miss, his state of mind was unbalanced. A wrong choice caused him to reveal a flaw. And he had met a fellow who was extremely good at grasping opportunities, causing him to fall into a predicament. The man felt as though he was in a nightmare. There were a few times when he thought that the opponent was exhausted. He started to prepare for a counterattack, but the more violent attacks instantly extinguished his thoughts. Time continued to pass. In a daze, he had an illusion that the person in front of him was actually a robot orangutan. It never knew fatigue. All of you deserve to die. Tang Tian's concussion pattern, which had always been successful, only broke a small part of the opponent's defensive circle. This scene had happened many times before, but the man was always able to repair it before Tang Tian's next attack. But this time, Tang Tian's right hand shot through the hole like lightning, grabbing onto the man's fist. Wait a minute, space. 7 consecutive clear sounds of impact. With every impact, the man's chi would surge. Tang Tian's original technique of releasing force was already becoming more and more proficient, completely fusing into his martial techniques, causing the power of his martial techniques to increase explosively. When you have the upper hand, you must not give the opponent any chance to catch a breath. The man's strength was not weak, but with such a concentrated attack, it did not give him any chance to catch a breath and adjust. 7 small knives, causing the man's hands to go soft. What was the background of these animal youths? The fire tornado collided head-on with Tang Tian's palms. Who exactly are you guys? The man decided to change tactics and said, "Do you know who we are?" The man suddenly had a bad premonition, although he had dragged down the panda young man, but his own physical strength and true power were similarly exhausted. Suddenly, there was another orangutan young man who was not inferior to the panda young man. The opponent's fist energy was like a burning red drill. The moment it came into contact with Tang Tian's palms, an astonishing power instantly exploded. That's right, it was space. Its power was still astonishing, and its attack was still so violent. Tang Tian felt his palms go numb. His palm technique was about to disperse. His heart shivered. He exerted strength from his waist, forcefully holding on. He did not relax his defense, but his legs were unable to stabilize his body. Chapter 163. Tang Tian's face was apologetic. I couldn't find the scarf, so I could only use this instead. Tang Tian, who was grabbing onto the man's fist, shook his hand without hesitation. A strong vibration spread throughout the man's body, numbing his body, and his defensive circle immediately crumbled. So be it. Ling Su snorted coldly. The female guard said, "Gather all the men you can, even if you have to dig 3 feet under Filan's star. You have to find Princess Mingzhu. If you can't find her, your position as the master of the star will come to an end." Xianxia? Tang Tian revealed a look of suspicion and turned to ask Ling Su, "What are those fellows from Su Shi group called again?" Looking at Tang Tian's smug look, Xianxia was dumbstruck. "I surrender." Xianxia immediately said, "Everyone, don't worry, we will not pursue this misunderstanding." Xianxia said helplessly, "You guys don't even recognize the Su Shi group symbol? Our carriage is hung with Marquis Wu's symbol." The master of the star immediately felt a chill down his spine and immediately called for a guard. "Go, with the fastest speed, tell Su Chang'an. No matter what, we cannot take action against the Gu family. Get them to stop where they are and wait for me. You move now." Space, that's right, it's space. Tang Tian took the chance to jump into the man's embrace. Bing brought along the little rattan girl, and the group hurried back to the Gu family. "We cannot use force." The female guard quickly understood and overturned her previous plan. "You don't need to gather men, but gather all the experts. The deacons in your hands are definitely reliable. The crux of this matter is not you guys, but the local families." The female guard said, "They are the local tyrants, and their influence in the local area is not something you guys can compare to. If we want to find any clues, we'll need their help." Tang Tian scratched his head. He was caught unprepared by the current situation. After a while, he finally came back to his senses. In order to prevent the other party from escaping and resisting, Tang Tian dislocated several of the other party's joints and tied him into a straight rattan stake, with only his head sticking out. At this moment, the man was sweating profusely. His face was deathly pale, and his body was on the verge of collapse. He knew very well how terrible Marquis Wu's temper was. Marquis Wu was definitely capable of sacrificing the whole of Filan's star, and he would also die. When the rattan girl in Bing's hands heard that, her black eyes immediately widened. Xianxia smiled. "Do you have a grudge with the Su Shi group?" These people are definitely not ordinary bandits. They are very powerful. The female guard's expression softened as she said, "Moreover, the enemy has set up an ambush in the Crane Beak Valley. Obviously, they know our route like the back of their hand. They definitely have a plan. This has to be confirmed. We can't just listen to his side of the story." Bing said solemnly. Actually, he knew in his heart that there was a high chance that they got the wrong carriage. Furthermore, as the one who planned this, it made him lose face. The Star Master did not dare to delay. "I'll do it now." The female guard's face immediately darkened. On his panda mask, there was a clear footprint. Ling Su and Bing turned their heads as though they did not know him. The Star Master drew inferences. The biggest family in Black Mountain City is the Gu family. That group of country bumpkins would definitely not dare. "I'm not from the Su Shi group." When Xianxia heard that, he more or less understood what was going on. His heart calmed down. Not only Tang Tian, even Ling Su was stunned. The Star Master said quickly. He immediately suggested, "Do you want to check on those outsiders?" Tang Tian did not care about Ling Su. Instead, he asked Xianxia curiously, "Your strength is not bad. Why aren't you ranked in the Su Shi group?" "It can't be. How can a fellow from the Su Shi group be so spineless?" Ling Su ran over and sized up the burly man suspiciously. "Yanxia, Unan, Gong Ishio, Sogwang, there's no such Xianxia." Ling Su stared at Xianxia with an unkind gaze. He was actually defeated by this fellow. The female guard said indifferently, "In the name of Marquis Wu, invite all the patriarchs and experts to Black Mountain City to discuss important matters. Who dares not to come?" "Marquis Wu?" Tang Tian was stunned. He turned and asked Ling Su, "Ling Su, do you know Marquis Wu?" The power of the joint technique was that it would usually choose those soft joints that were hard to reach with true power. In history, it was common for famous experts to be killed by consecutive attacks due to carelessness due to the enemy closing the distance. The Star Master nodded his head, as expected of someone by the princess side. His thinking was clear. "No way." Ling Su immediately stopped him. "What if they lie to us?" Tang Tian did not hide anything. He said calmly, "Yes, he wants to find trouble with us. We plan to make the first move." To any martial artist who was proficient in the joint technique, once he obtained a fulcrum, then the joint technique that would follow would be like a chain reaction. It would explode in a short period of time. "That's right. I surrender," the other party said straightforwardly. The Star Master, this man who did not even dare to breathe heavily in front of the female guard, was actually the supreme ruler of Phylan Star, the Star Master. Tang Tian coughed lightly. He pretended to ask, "Since you are a captive, you must have the awareness of a captive. All right, captive, report your name." Xianxia. The Star Master was instantly energized. "No one dares not to come. And Su Shi Group and the local power of Phylan Star are in a fight." The Star Master was a little guilty. This matter with Su Changtian, he decided to turn a blind eye to it because he shared the benefits with him. When Xianxia heard about the Gu family, his eyes flashed with a hint of thoughtfulness. "Marquis Wu dotes on Princess Mingzhu. You are also an old friend of Marquis Wu. I believe you are very clear. If anything happens to Princess Mingzhu, Marquis Wu will not hesitate to bury the entire Phylan's star with her." Tang Tian was amused when he heard this. He pointed at Xianxia and laughed. "I used to say this often, but every time I would pursue it. And I would definitely pursue it to the death." The female guard did not hesitate to consume her blood. She ran with all her might for a day and a night. Her face was covered with dust, but at this time, it was cold. The big man turned pale with fright. He elbowed outwards, trying to push Tang Tian out. But he obviously underestimated Tang Tian's attainments in close combat. Tang Tian leaned his body slightly, avoiding the big man's elbow, and took advantage of the situation to touch the big man's elbow joint. It was definitely a disgrace. Fortunately, the guys in the group were not here, or else his life would be over, if it wasn't for Tang Tian. "Wait a minute, Tang Tian, this bastard actually dared to make a move on him. dared to snatch his opponent. After being reprimanded, the Star Master's face turned red. He knew that what he said just now was indeed not logical. But Xianxia panicked. Just as he was about to speak, a rag stuffed his mouth. Ling Su glared at Tang Tian. The Star Master immediately replied. When Tang Tian successfully dislocated the opponent's joint, the big man knew that he had lost. "We have to hurry." The female guard's eyes flashed with a cold light. Bing also spoke. "We can't let them go. We don't have the energy to tangle with them now. It's better to tie them up. There must be people from other powers that have infiltrated." The female guard did not lose her composure. She said in a deep voice, "Seal the starry door. Before we find the princess, no one is allowed to leave Phylan Star. Those old fellows, I'm afraid they won't be so obedient." The Star Master was in a difficult position. Tang Tian pulled Xianxia over. His face darkened. "Humph, you actually dared to lie to me. We have to hurry back. Shui alone will definitely not be able to stop the Su Shi group," Tang Tian said without hesitation. "Go back to the Gu family. Your subordinate understands." The Star Master was forced to a dead end. He knew that if he found Princess Mingzhu, he would be punished. But his life would not be in danger. If he could not find her, his entire family would definitely not have a single survivor. Not from the Su Shi group? Tang Tian was even more suspicious. "Then why are you in the carriage? Don't tell me you were also captured by them?" That's not right. You are obviously free." His face suddenly changed. "Not good. The Su Shi group wants to deal with the Gu family. So, stay here obediently for now. Wait till we take care of that lousy Su Shi group, then we will naturally let you go." Tang Tian patted Di Hengzhan's shoulder. With a face full of sincerity, he comforted him gently. "We recognized the wrong carriage." Tang Tian spread his hands and said the embarrassing truth. "We were actually attacked. Princess Mingzhu was kidnapped." The female guard who was fighting with Tang Tian had a pale face. There was a man beside her. This man's face was pale and he was trembling with fear. "A Su Shi group and a local force of Phylan Star?" The female guard sneered and said contemptuously, "Even if you give them 1,000 guts, they would not dare to appear in the carriage with Marquis Wu's emblem hanging on it. Not to mention, they would dare to kidnap Princess Mingzhu." After the guard left, the female guard continued, "The other party is extremely strong. We cannot be careless. Moreover, after the other party succeeds, they may not necessarily stay at the same place. You guys rope in the families and let them become our eyes and ears. Once we find any suspicious people, we will start to investigate." The guard heard and was shocked. He quickly said, "Yes." Xianxia seemed to have understood something. He immediately said, "Since you have figured it out, can you let us go?" "I don't know." The anger on Ling Su's face had not dissipated yet. He snorted and said, "Who knows which remote corner it is? One look and I can tell that you have no experience in Jianghu. Let me tell you, in Jianghu, the more frightening the person is, the more likely it is a cat or dog." What happened in Black Mountain City? The female guard became spirited. The closest place to Crane Beak Valley is Black Mountain City. The Star Master's expression suddenly changed. Could it be related to Black Mountain City? The female guard shook her head. "Don't beat the grass and scare the snake. If the enemy is desperate and tries to harm the princess, we will not be able to atone for our crimes. Moreover, since the other party has made so many preparations, it is very possible that they will use some hidden chess pieces that have been lying in ambush for a long time." After saying that, she carried Xianxia and stood beside the little Rattan girl. One big and one small, the two Rattan pile people stood side by side like two sculptures. The sudden surrender caused Tang Tian to be startled. Whether it was the other party's majestic and burly physique, or his stubborn and tenacious performance, Tang Tian thought that the other party would rather die than submit. But the other party actually surrendered. The female guard's tone was cold. After saying that, Tang Tian directly carried the tied-up Xianxia. Chapter 164. Bing quietly shifted to the side, to distance himself from the two of them. Zhai Hengzhan and the little rattan girl were placed vertically inside. Tang Tian warned them, "You better not move. If you dare to move, humph humph." Tang Tian noticed that the little girl's eyes were darting around. Obviously, she did not take his words to heart. "Miss!" Suddenly the housekeeper's shout came from outside the courtyard. "Ah!" Tang Tian was shocked, anger flashed across his face. "Are they seriously injured? Who did it?" Seeing the fear in the little girl's eyes, Tang Tian was satisfied and kept his dagger. The footsteps outside the house were getting closer. Tang Tian quickly closed the cupboard and threw the orangutan mask on his face inside, along with Ling Su's panda mask. Once Gu Shui left, Tang Tian's anger suddenly exploded. "These assholes. We must not let them go." The little girl looked at Tang Tian with disdain and rolled her eyes. "Less than 100 counts? Are you using your own standards to measure me? I'm sorry to disappoint you. My mathematics was taught by Master Agda, minor in astronomy, language was taught by the erudite Master Lither, proficient in 3 languages, have a rough understanding of 6, painting was taught by Master Ning Yuan, dancing was taught by Master Gong Sun. Other than that, my interests include mechanical techniques, research on spirit nuclei." The little girl knew that her words had subdued Tang Tian, and heaved a sigh of relief, and calmly said, "The second danger is that you have not figured out the Su Shi group's intentions. If both parties have different intentions, and there is no fundamental conflict, then both parties will definitely compromise, and at that time, the Gu family will definitely become the sacrifice of compromise." Tang Tian suddenly calmed down, and glanced at Ling Su. "Are your injuries serious?" The little girl said casually, "To be honest, your current situation is very dangerous." After reminding Tang Tian, she turned and left. As the footsteps approached, Tang Tian's gaze swept to the cupboard in the corner of the room. His spirits immediately lifted, and he quickly opened it. The size was just right. The little girl felt her hair stand on end. The Tang Tian in front of her was like a dangerous beast. The little girl was still whimpering, which baffled Tang Tian. He removed the scarf from her mouth and coldly snorted, "You better not play any tricks." As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that her choice of words was inappropriate, and a blush appeared on the back of her neck. Gu Shui's voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Tang Tian and Ling Su were startled. They looked at each other and Tang Tian whispered, "Quickly hide these 2 things." Ling Su was confused. "What's that? Marksmanship?" Tang Tian was flabbergasted. He murmured, "What does the Gu clan have that would make the Deacon group jealous?" The knife used to eat roasted meat was still a knife. The cold edge of the knife was pressed against the little girl's neck. That bone-chilling coldness caused the little girl's body to freeze instantly. "What are you screaming for? You must be tired of living." Tang Tian's killing intent soared, and he looked like a fiend. Tang Tian was enlightened. He excitedly slapped his head. "Such a simple method, why didn't I think of it?" The little girl revealed a proud look. "Actually, it's very simple. Let the Gu clan walk out from under the protection of Old Man Yu. Let them walk out into the sunlight and be seen by everyone. Under the sunlight, there will be nowhere to hide. If anyone wants to reach out to you, they will have to think twice. Old Man Yu will also not be able to retreat now." The scarf covered her mouth again. Her eyes widened as she stared angrily at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's hands and feet turned cold. Although he was not smart, he could tell that what the little girl said was right. He forced himself to calm down. "Then what is the second danger? Although I did not hear much just now, I can roughly guess the Gu clan situation. The Deacon group obviously has some intentions towards the Gu clan. However, I believe that you have not figured out their true intentions. As for that so-called Old Man Yu, it is obvious that he is trying to establish his own prestige. Now that both sides are in a standoff, the Gu clan is the fuse of the whole incident. There are 2 dangers in this. First, that so-called Old Man Yu is standing up for the Gu clan. He is not at ease. If I were Old Man Yu, other than taking the opportunity to establish my own prestige, I would also take the opportunity to swallow the Gu clan. The Gu clan is weak and besieged on all sides. It is simply a big fat piece of meat. Why not swallow it? Moreover, don't forget that you are the fuse. If he wants to control the situation, he will definitely have the Gu clan firmly in his hands to prevent any variables from happening. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief and patted Ling Su's shoulder with a feeling of, I am not lonely. Ling Su and I decided to have a good fight. However, this place is too small and we are afraid of damaging the house. We ran a little too far and got lost. Tang Tian laughed. This thing. The little girl's angry whimpers were cut off by the cupboard. This guy and the orangutan mask are really a perfect match. Tang Tian could feel the deep concern in Gu Shue's words. He couldn't help but feel touched. His expression softened and he said, Yes, I know. Tang Tian quickly waved at Ling Su. Ling Su was also filled with righteous indignation, in the name of justice. Tang Tian scratched his head and pretended to be confused. We don't know either. If we knew, how could we get lost? Coming. Gu Shui rolled her eyes at Tang Tian. I came 2 days ago. Fortunately, I didn't count on you. You can't be relied on at critical times. I need to rest for a while. Gu Shui already regretted telling Tang Tian about this. She knew that Tang Tian would not let it go. She was worried that Tang Tian would be injured. She quickly said, It's not a big deal. Tian, don't go out too often. I have already told them that you are in closed-door training. This matter is not so simple. This is a fight between the Su Shi group and the local tyrants. Although the Su Shi group is not weak, the various families are also very strong. Both parties have been in conflict for a long time, but they have always maintained restraint. This time, it has completely exploded. What we need to do now is to observe the situation. Brilliant. Being praised. He looked at Ling Su in astonishment. She turned and lowered her voice. She looked at Tang Tian. Ting, don't be reckless. Although you are powerful, you can't handle their numbers. Gu Shui saw Tang Tian and Ling Su. She heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she frowned and asked, Where did the two of you go to fool around? Tian is not back yet? Tang Tian exposed a harmless smile. He caressed her head and said hypocritically, Genius young lady, I will try your method first. If it works, I will thank you again. Got it. Gu Shui replied. But luckily you guys are not here. Those fellows are too rude and unreasonable. Old man Yu and the rest came in time. There was no big conflict. Gu Shui's tone became gloomy, but Uncle Mu is injured. This fellow who does not have the awareness of a captive. She changed the topic. Don't you want to know how to deal with them? No one. Seeing that, Gu Shui became even more worried. Tin, you must not make a move now. These few days, there are many experts from different families coming. The situation here is very complicated. Tian, you must not be reckless. Tang Tian's face darkened. He stared at the young lady. If you don't want to suffer, you better not make such a joke. Bing waved his hand helplessly. I am just an instructor. I'm not good at such schemes. The young lady's face revealed a cold smile. Tang Tian's heart turned cold. He was stubborn. That depends on whether we agree or not. The young lady gasped for breath. She opened her eyes wide and said innocently, I am good at scheming. I can help you. Ling Su snorted. If I were to say, we will fight when the time comes. Someone once said that all justice is upheld with fists. It's not heavy. I can recover after meditating for 2 hours. Ling Su was eager. Do you want to fight? Is it to uphold justice? Tang Tian sized up the young lady. He laughed. How old are you? Have you learned all the arithmetic that is less than 100? What schemes are you talking about? Tang Tian, Ling Su and Bing were dumbstruck. Gu Shui calmed down. I will go take a look. Tang Tian changed the topic. Are the people from the Su Shi group here yet? Woo, Ghost Claw and Bing returned to the cross door. The young lady sneered. Who knows? Maybe it is that beautiful lady from before. Just from her voice, I know she is a beautiful lady. Justice will defeat evil. Ling Su said righteously. No matter how mischievous the young lady was, she was completely frightened. Old man Yu invites you to discuss. The butler immediately said. Tang Tian snorted, "Don't try to scare us." Tang Tian was disappointed. He muttered, "Even you don't have a solution? If only Chia was here. She would have a solution." Tang Tian's attention was diverted. "How do we deal with them?" The young lady sneered, "It is not that I am looking down on you. Old man, you has a huge power behind him. This is called power. Do you know what unstoppable means? Once the power is formed, you will not be able to stop it. He just needs to find a few people and kill you. Would the Gu family have a problem with that? You are powerful. But they have too many people. To be attacked by the mysterious people, oh, they can completely push the excuse to the Susher group. This kind of thing, of course it was done by the Susher group, creating a new round of conflict. Do you know any arithmetic within 100? Tang Tian turned and asked Ling Su. Ling Su was at the side. He looked down and did not say a word. What ideas do you have? Tang Tian looked at Bing with anticipation. You are now our dog-head advisor. Gu Shui was shocked. His face calmed down. He raised his voice. What is it? Tang Tian's face was gloomy. All justice is protected with fists. Tang Tian could not help but think about this sentence. That's right. It is to protect justice. Tang Tian snorted. His face revealed a sinister look. So what if they have more people? Just because they have more people, they can make us swallow our anger? There must be a way. Bing, come out quickly. Bing's figure appeared. The door was pushed open. Xianxia was still all right. He was calm. The little rattan girl's eyes widened. Suddenly, the cupboard banged. The young lady looked proud. Such a child's play. Woo. When Tang Tian and the rest appeared at the back door of the Gu family, they realized that there were no sounds of fighting. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The group of people familiarly made their way to their backyard. If you dare to move, I will cut your face. Tang Tian stared at them. He purposely lowered his voice to threaten them. Lost? Gu Shui was startled. She asked curiously, how far did you guys run? Are you all lost? Tang Tian frowned. He angrily went to hit the cupboard. The young lady let out a woo-woo-woo sound. Tang Tian took out an extremely sharp dagger from the Aquarius Marshall cabinet. The dagger still had the fragrance of roasted meat. Tang Tian usually used it to cut roasted meat. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He carried Xianxia and snuck into the room like a thief. Behind him was Ling Su. Chapter 165. Li Xian and Ji Tian's expressions softened slightly. Both of them looked at Wu Zexing provocatively, and Wu Zexing's face darkened. Ever since Gu Shui walked into the hall, a few gazes immediately became extremely heated. Li Xian and the rest's heated gazes sized up Gu Shui without concealment. A green sword, without warning, was pressed against Li Xian's neck. The cold blade made Li Xian believe, if he dared to move, this sword would cut his neck open. Gu Shui bowed, smiled and said, the heroes I have seen these few days is more than what I have seen in the past 10 years. Gu Shui bit her lips, her face was extremely pale, a sense of humiliation that she had never felt before rose in her heart. She felt like she was a commodity, being snatched here and there, no one asked for her opinion. Good. Wu Zexing bellowed. Suddenly his aura exploded. He stepped forward and stabbed with his sword. He blocked the true power, but had no way to attack. It was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. The young and impetuous Li Xian and Ji Tian agreed without hesitation. Seeing no reply, Wu Zexing smiled proudly, turned and walked towards the pale Gu Shui. The eagle claw sword suddenly disappeared from the air. Wu Zexing smiled slightly. Miss Gu must be joking, I don't deserve the title of hero. Countless green rays, like gossamer, drilled into the eagle claw sword in his hand, only to see the eagle claws grabbing the sword body, suddenly brightened. The 3 eagle claws shot out 3 rays of light, along the sword body, straight to the sword tip. Sigh. Old man Yu purposely dragged his voice. If nephew Zexing can't be a hero, who can? Can't an old man like me go be a hero? A beauty matched with a hero. Don't tell me Zexing wants to give up the beauty? Ding. I lost. Li Xian's throat was dry, his face ashen. Wu Zixing said coldly, "Who's first?" Ji Tian's face was full of shock. He had no intention to fight. That sword just now, if it was him, he would definitely not be able to avoid it. Wu Zixing's strength had actually reached such a shocking stage. Wu Zixing did not waste any time. He revealed the sword in his hand and said lightly, "This sword is called Eagle Claw Sword. It's a bronze treasure of Aquila constellation. You must be careful." Li Xian's body went stiff. There was a wave of discussion in the hall. It was obvious that Ji Tian's words resonated with everyone. Li Xian only felt a wave of cold intent heading straight for his neck. He was immediately overwhelmed with shock as he used the whale engulfing ring to protect his vitals. "Wait a minute. I, Li Xian, am not married either. My Li clan is not any worse than the Wu clan. Old man you, aren't you being biased?" Li Xian suddenly stood out with a gloomy face. Li Xian was ranked 45th, and Ji Tian was ranked 43rd. Their rankings were almost the same, and their strengths were very close, so Li Xian and Ji Tian were not afraid at all. The treasured sword in his hand was obviously not an ordinary item. The body of the sword was suffused with a faint white light, and the hilt was shaped like an eagle's claw. Li Xian was not flustered at all. The whale engulfing ring in his hand released rays of golden light. Those green sword rays were unable to shake these golden lights. Gu Shue's face turned pale, and her limbs turned cold. She forced a smile and said, "Old man, you has wronged me. Gu Shue's parents have passed away. Taking charge of the Gu clan, I have long made a vow not to marry in this lifetime, and to guard the Gu clan well." "Hey, godlike young lad, someone actually dares to snatch your sister? If this can be tolerated, what can't? Sigh, this righteous and bright young lad is definitely not someone who stirs up trouble. Anyway, if this matter were to happen to me, I will definitely not take it lying down." In her mind, the image of Tang Tian's silly grin suddenly surfaced, and her heart instantly ached. A cold smile surfaced on Wu Zixing's face. The green light silks that flew out from his arms became even more concentrated and dazzling. His body shook, and a spot of green light, like a grain of green light, collided with the halo. Old Man Yu's eyes revealed some pride. Wu Zixing represented the Wu clan. The Wu clan was not a small clan, but one of the top 5 clans on Phylan Star. When Gu Shui heard such blatant words, she was not happy in her heart. But her face was very calm, and a faint smile hung on her face, as if she did not hear it. All of a sudden, the green sword auras that were dancing in every corner all shot towards Li Xian at the same time. At this moment, another voice leisurely sounded. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone's face was filled with deep shock. Nobody at the scene actually saw clearly when did Wu Zixing move to Li Xian's back. Exclamations instantly sounded from the crowd. The Li clan's strongest bloodline was the Wisdom King Blood Meridian. It was also one of the strongest bloodlines on Phylan Star. It was said that once the Wisdom King Blood Meridian was activated, one could possess the Wisdom King in battle, and was extremely powerful. The halo instantly collapsed. Li Xian waved the whale engulfing circle. A dazzling golden light screen, like a huge golden light axe, whizzed and slashed towards Wu Zixing. The circle technique that he trained was called the Golden Axe Circle. Wisdom King Blood Meridian. Walking out of the hall, Gu Shui sorted out her emotions. Her gaze became determined again, and a faint smile appeared on her face again. The sudden change caught Old Man Yu unprepared. He was shocked and angry, but in the blink of an eye, he laughed out loud and raised both palms. "I didn't think that a joke from an old man like me would provoke so many heroes. Miss Gu is in a dilemma now. They are all young heroes. Which one of them isn't valiant and heroic? Sigh, this is also the trouble of happiness. Others yearn for one of them but can't get it. But Miss Gu has suddenly welcomed 3 young heroes. How to choose, this old man does not dare to say anymore. Everyone, let's rely on our own abilities." "Bullshit." A voice filled with rage could be heard by the crowd. It made Wu Zixing stop in his tracks. A murderous intent suddenly surfaced in his eyes. "Ring ring ring. That's right. Ji Tian stood up and said coldly, "To think that we are at the beck and call of Old Man Yu. Old Man Yu acts like this, how can we be convinced?" Some of the weaker ones could not withstand the power of the light axe and retreated. And those martial artists who were confident of their outstanding abilities stood firmly. A ray of green sword gleam appeared out of nowhere and hit Li Xian's whale-engulfing circle. The Gu family now was bustling with activity. Experts were everywhere. The green sword gleam pierced the halo, but it could only make the halo tremble, and was unable to advance an inch further. Li Xian jumped out of the field and said proudly, "I'll go first." Wu Zixing revealed an awkward look, while the rest's faces darkened. Li Xian only saw a faintly discernible true power drilling into his meridians. It was not the feeling of destruction like ordinary true power, but empty and hard to grasp. Striding into the hall, he heard Old Man Yu's clear voice. "Miss Gu, come, this young talent, you must get to know him." Breeze soared Wu Zixing. "When old Mr. Wu was still around, he and I were best friends. This time I sent a message to the Wu family, and Zixing, my good nephew, came personally. I was instantly reassured." His speed was extremely fast. Rays of golden light curtains waved out. The sky was filled with light axes whistling. The scene was absolutely shocking. After Li Xian activated the Wisdom King blood meridians, the danger he faced increased. His figure blurred and disappeared. But a scene that no one expected appeared. When Gu Shui raised her head, Wu Zixing's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Gu Shui's appearance was originally beautiful, her skin whiter than snow, delicate and fragile, as if she had gone through countless hardships. She instead gained a sense of tenacity and magnanimity. Her temperament was even better than before. "Then I'll use you as a warning to others." "Alright." The circle of devouring whale made a melodious sound. A golden light blossomed from the circle of devouring whale. Circles of golden halos suddenly appeared on top of Li Xian's head and fell down, protecting him in the middle. The smile on Old Man Yu's face disappeared. He squinted his eyes. "Oh, this is no problem. With Brother Zixing's protection, the Gu family will definitely prosper. I believe that the Gu family's various elders will definitely agree." Who's afraid of who? The heavy whistling of the axe light could not stop the clear whistling of the sword. But Li Xian's ability was not mediocre. This slight respite allowed him to finally find a chance to attack. A dark red dot of cinnabar appeared on his forehead. His eyes suddenly turned cold, his face slightly pale, as if he had changed into a different person. Before he could counterattack, a faint green sword gleam suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, piercing straight towards his eyes. In his shock, he could not care about anything else. Lowered his waist, the faint green sword gleam brushed past the tip of his nose. There was actually someone who did not know what was good for him. Li Xian's face turned pale. He did not expect Wu Zixing's swordplay to be so strong. The sword gleam was faintly discernible and formless, totally unpredictable. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage from the start. He gritted his teeth. The whale-engulfing ring in his hand spun rapidly in his palm. When he heard Tang Tian's angry scolding, the pale Gu Shui suddenly raised his head. In his lifeless eyes, a palpitating look lit up. Wu Zixing was about 30 years old, his expression steady, tall and big, his face square and eyebrows wide, his palms thick. He was a famous expert on Phylan Star, ranked 41st 5 years ago, and was dedicated to martial arts. Usually did not care about worldly affairs. No one knew how his ability was now. But almost everyone thought that Wu Zixing's ranking would probably rise again. Wu Zixing's heart was greatly moved, no matter in terms of looks or family background. Gu Shui was impeccable. What moved him the most was Gu Shui's calm and magnanimous demeanor. He liked it very much. Wu Zixing's expression calmed down. He slowly walked into the field and said in a deep voice, "We are all martial artists. Since that's the case, then let's use our abilities to speak. Whoever wins will have the beauty." Gu Shui's body swayed, her face pale. The Gu family was far from the Wu family. If the elders knew that she could marry Wu Zixing, they would definitely agree. Wu Zixing smiled slightly and said humbly, "Uncle is too kind. Uncle is our backbone. Without Uncle coming out to raise his arms and cheer, how would there be so many heroes gathered here?" But Gu Shui was not very happy. She was very clear that everyone here had ulterior motives. They had their own plans. Under such circumstances, the Gu family was struggling to survive, treading on thin ice, a little carelessness, and they would fall into an irrecoverable situation. But facing the aggressive Su Shi group, the Gu family had no other choice. Everyone stared at Li Xian in bewilderment. Li Xian's ability was actually much stronger than what they had imagined. Everyone couldn't help but perk up. The chance to spar with such experts was rare. Li Xian snorted coldly. 2 bronze rings appeared in his hands. Who doesn't have a star treasure? Cetus constellation bronze treasure, whale swallowing ring. Wu Zexing's expression was calm. He moved the eagle claw sword in his hands and looked around the field. Who else? But Wu Zexing's eyes flashed a hint of seriousness, but he did not panic. The eagle claw sword in his hands seemed to be waving casually. Pieces of green sword rays unimaginably appeared in every corner of the hall. Old Man Yu leisurely said, Miss Gu is in her prime and unmarried. Nephew Zexing, also unmarried. Isn't this a marriage bestowed by the heavens? The Gu family has a foundation, and the Wu family is one of the few big families on our Phylan star. Both families are well matched. Both of your parents are not around, and I bumped into you today. Why don't I be the matchmaker and make this a good story? Ding. Li Xian was 22 this year, and Ji Tian was only 21. They were still young. Their futures were limitless. Wu Zexing was already 30, although his ability was stronger than both of them now, but no one could be sure of his future. Chapter 166. Ji Tian's peerlessly shocked expression did not move Tang Tian in the slightest. It was as if he was looking down at an ant-like existence from above. That ice-cold indifference was so strange, yet so familiar at the same time. Tang Tian's gaze swept across everyone in the hall. His gaze was like a raging and blazing flame. Those who were swept by his gaze felt as if the surrounding temperature had suddenly risen. A bloody mark, fresh blood meandered down Ji Tian's forehead. His eyes were tightly shut, and he had already fallen into a coma. One of the clan elders mumbled, It's also time for Shui to get married. Gu Shui's terrified scream, at this moment, in his ears, gave him an inexplicable pleasure. He felt that the blood in his body was boiling, burning his skin to the point of pain. The intense anger made the depths of his body tremble, as if something was about to break out of a cocoon. But everything, in that flash that seemed to have been predicted, everything changed. No one expected that Tang Tian actually dared to make the first move. Didn't he know that the opponent was far stronger than him? When that flame-like youth brought up a blazing afterimage in the air, the crowd exclaimed. As if struck by lightning, Wu Zexing's body stiffened, his mind went blank, his eyes were filled with disbelief and bewilderment. Missed. The sword that he was determined to win actually missed. Following that, with his legs as the center, a ring of invisible air wave, carrying countless shattered stone slabs, swept in all directions with a loud bang. Gu Shui liked him. And this was just the flying stones. Ji Tian, who was in front of Old Man Yu, could not hold back, and shouted angrily, How dare you? Definitely dead. Old Man Yu's eyes squinted. In his murky eyes, murderous intent floated. But the overall situation was under control. He was not worried at all. Without batting an eyelid, he roped in the 3 clan elders. Just as Old Man Yu was about to open his mouth, Tang Tian suddenly grinned eerily. His speed was not fast. Such a Gu family is not worthy of Shui's protection. Tang Tian shook his head and casually said, If that's the case, then I'll wash the Gu family in blood. Ji Tian was stunned. The breathing of the 3 clan elders suddenly stopped. The blood drained from their faces in an instant. Their bodies involuntarily trembled, and the sound of their teeth chattering could be heard clearly in the deathly silent hall. Wu Zexing's pupils suddenly contracted. Every step that Tang Tian took would leave a clear footprint on the stone slab. He noticed the change in Gu Shui, as well as the fear on the faces of the others. He knew that his methods had caused these people to feel fear. He was extremely pleased with himself. He wanted to tell these guys that even if they were stronger than him, they would not be able to do anything in front of him. Tang Tian grinned again, revealing his snow-white teeth. After the commotion, the hall fell into a strange silence. If he did not quickly suppress it, then his prestige, this guy, was for real. Everything that the little girl said, he had completely forgotten. His crimson vision was firmly locked onto Wu Zexing. Shui's heart right now must be filled with despair and heartache. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he didn't feel any killing intent from the sword that was so exquisite that there wasn't even the slightest bit of smoke and fire. At this moment, in midair, a pair of legs wearing copper boots landed heavily. The extremely hard green stone slab was like tofu, sinking up to the knees. The 3 clan elders clutched their deformed throats, their faces full of fear, and fell softly. In an instant, Gu Shui, who subconsciously exclaimed, felt as if her heart was tightly gripped by a hand. Fear and despair filled her body, taking away the last bit of warmth from her body. Be careful. The young man soared into the air. His figure that seemed to be covered in raging flames was fixed in Gu Shui's blank snow-white vision. Tang Tian, who was in midair, had nowhere to borrow strength and was about to die from this sword, who knew that Tang Tian's body actually strangely bent, as if he had long expected this sword, and brushed past the tip of the sword. At the entrance of the hall, a young man's figure stood proudly. Ling Su very sensibly hugged his silver spear and dodged to the side. He was a little speechless as he looked at Tang Tian, who had already gone berserk. Why did he have to sacrifice her, abandon her? Endless murderous intent permeated every corner of his body. The usually self-proclaimed good composure was now completely thrown to the back of his mind. Anger was like a howling storm, raging in Tang Tian's heart. For the sake of your filthy world, for the sake of your great cause. In an instant, hot tears rolled down his cheeks. The despairing cold face felt the warmth of the tears. What right do you have to do this? Tang Tian actually dodged. He really dodged this sword. Ji Tian was like looking at an exquisite work of art. His face was full of praise and amazement. As for Tang Tian's ending, he did not even think about it. Tang Tian suddenly stopped laughing, his gaze fixed on the 3 clan elders, not saying a word. The 3 clan elders were scared. The fear on their faces was even more serious. The fist collided with the short rod that Ji Tian had raised. No one noticed that Tang Tian's eyes were blood red. Everyone felt the hall shake. On the pillar that they were hugging, Ji Tian was deeply embedded inside. A turbulent power gushed out, like a flood released from a dam, unstoppable. Ji Tian's short rod was like paper. Tang Tian's fist, through the short rod, sunk into Ji Tian's flesh. The terrifying power made Ji Tian unable to think, as if he was rammed by a rhinoceros. With a scream, like a cannonball, he crashed into the pillar of the hall. The broken stones sank into the wall like a rain of arrows. The other martial artists in the hall seemed to have woken up from a dream and quickly protected their bodies around them. But the power that came from the broken stones made everyone's heart aghast. He was shocked and angry. He realized that he had miscalculated. His opponent was not a middle-aged man with deep foresight, but a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, a reckless youth. Gu Shui was his. Possessed by the devil. When they saw Wu Zexing's soundless sword, almost everyone thought Tang Tian was dead for sure. Just now, they saw with their own eyes how Wu Zexing's soundless sword broke Li Xian's wisdom king blood meridians. When he reacted, that youth who was like a blazing flame, like a meteorite whizzing over, appeared in front of him almost instantaneously. Wu Zexing struck. And this time, Wu Zexing still made a sneak attack, and attacked without any warning. Wu Zexing, who was holding the sword hilt, the empty feeling from the sword tip, was so familiar, yet so unimaginable. This voice kept ringing in his heart. This sword, he was extremely focused. He even had a feeling that this was the strongest sword he had ever thrust out. The roar was filled with anger, repression, despair. He wanted to blast out all his emotions, all his fury, all the storm in his chest, through this one punch. You bastards, why did you do this to her? He strode forward, step by step, towards the hall. Old man, you did not expect that Tang Tian would actually say such a brazen and naked threat in front of so many people. She must feel helpless. Everyone looked at this youth with a face full of shock. This sentence was said casually as if he was talking about what to eat for dinner, but the murderous aura and the stench of blood seemed to rush towards them. Suddenly, everyone seemed to see on the street where blood flowed like a river. A youth like Azura stood proudly. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a word, but at this moment, he struck. This sword he did not hold back. Just now when Gu Shui looked at Tang Tian, he saw it all. At that moment, for the first time, he felt his heart being pricked. That indescribable pain, and the anger that followed, engulfed him like poison. This change came so suddenly, so unbelievable. Don't be afraid. Old man Yu smiled warmly and said, I am here. With so many heroes here, I will not let you be wronged. Why don't you make it clear? Tian, a muffled sound like a belated drum beat. Everyone's heart trembled. The infuriated Tang Tian felt that there were countless monsters roaring and howling in his body, countless storms brewing in his chest. He felt as if he was about to explode and die. The moment he waved his fist, a force from the depths of his body, like a volcano eruption, gushed out. A fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. She must be feeling cold. Gu Shui's face was so pale it made one's heart ache. Poof, poof, poof. Don't. When the three elders walked out, Gu Shui's face was completely drained of blood. She looked at the three elders in disbelief. Tang Tian's legs suddenly exerted force, and he brazenly pounced towards Ji Tian. Everyone was not mentally prepared. Even Ji Tian was not the least bit mentally prepared. When Ji Tian saw Wu Zexing's ghost-like sword, his face involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. Tang Tian's tone was calm, but it was as if a bomb had been dropped in everyone's heart. Ha ha! Tang Tian was really enraged. Kill him! Only Tang Tian's beast-like roar, like rolling thunder, reverberated in the hall. He hurriedly raised the short stick in his hand and placed it in front of his chest. Suddenly, a piercing laughter resounded in the hall. Everyone could not help but turn their gazes. Tang Tian seemed to have heard the funniest joke and burst out laughing to himself. Ah ah ah! Suddenly, in the snow-white field of vision, a green sword appeared without warning. It was like a bamboo leaf hidden in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Poof poof poof. Not good. Who's coming? Who's coming? I didn't expect you bunch of old fools to be this shameless. Tang Tian suddenly grinned. Even the breath that he breathed seemed to be as hot as flames. Wu Zexing's swordplay was so superb that it was shocking. This is impossible, impossible. I will never allow. Old man Yu's smile on his face became even wider. I've long heard that Miss Gu has 3 very strong friends. Seeing them today, they are indeed extraordinary. Old man Yu chuckled as if he did not mind, but the Gu family's matters, let the Gu family decide. It's better for the children to avoid arousing suspicion. Elders, come out and speak. You are Miss Gu's elders. There's no harm in talking. The 3 clan elders walked out, and when they looked at Tang Tian, their gazes were filled with fear. They had seen with their own eyes how valiant Tang Tian was. Towards Tang Tian, their hearts were filled with fear. Boom! No one could avoid this sword. Chapter 167. Ling Su's aura was much stronger than before, but what shocked her the most was Ling Su's determined expression. In his orange-red eyes, the awe-inspiring aura seemed to be unshakable. The world in front of her was so strange, yet so magical. Unless old man you could take down both of them at once and decide the outcome with one battle. Both of them fought extremely intensely. Unexpectedly, he failed miserably in such an easy task. Old man Yu's heart flashed with a trace of regret. With Ji Tian's ability to knock him unconscious with one punch, the power of this punch must be terrifying. Wu Zexing was enraged, his eyes were bloodshot. Today, he was humiliated by the younger generation again and again. If he could not finish off these 2 bastards with his own hands today, then from today onwards, the name Breeze Sword, would be the biggest joke in the whole of Phylan Star. Tang Tian's strength was like a bowl, but it was absolutely impossible for him to have such shocking power. His expression was dazed. He looked at Ji Tian in disbelief, and then suddenly lowered his head, looking at his own fist. His speed and strength had increased tremendously, but why was it like this? Although they had not known each other for long, but these few days he had seen Tang Tian's standard, and was very clear. The power of this punch had exceeded Tang Tian's usual ability by too much. The martial spirit was like a ball of silver flame, jumping deep between his brows. It emitted a silver-white glow, reflecting on the tendons, bones, blood and flesh in his body. This was the first time that Tang Tian could see the scene in his body so clearly. Wu Zexing was also stunned. This sword of his was actually blocked by another person. The blood mist tightly wrapped around these 2 drops of blood. The wisps of blood mist, like thin silk, wrapped around the 2 drops of blood. Tang Tian stared fixedly, completely forgetting everything that was happening outside. Or was there an unknown power hidden in his body? The crowd was in an uproar. What he said was his true intentions. Tang Tian's pupils suddenly widened. But what was surprising was, Ling Su did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Everyone knew the Gu family had 3 very powerful helpers. The most impressive among them were the ones who killed the Hua brothers, Tang Tian and Ling Su. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When Tang Tian landed lightly on the ground, the expression on his face was very strange. He tried to throw out a punch. The moment the punch was made, his pupils suddenly dilated. A completely different feeling transmitted from his arm to every corner of his body. He could clearly feel the powerful power. In the dead silence of the hall, under everyone's gaze, he closed his eyes, stretched out his arms, and carefully felt the changes in his body. Wait, the speed and power. Those words made Wu Zexing's face turn green and red. He did not expect that someone dared to say such impolite words in front of him. Opening his arms and closing his eyes, Tang Tian was like a statue, standing in the middle of the hall, not moving an inch. Tang Tian saw with his own eyes, the dwarf blood and angel blood shrunk little by little until they disappeared. The beast-like roar still lingered. Ding! The battle with Li Exin made everyone believe Wu Zexing's power was already enough to fight his way into the top 30. Ling Su looked at Tang Tian, who was roaring in the hall, his face full of shock. How could this be? The 2 balls of thick blood mist also quickly faded and became exactly the same as the surrounding blood mist. These changes seemed to be very slow. Looking at Ji Tian on the pillar again, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Tang Tian perked up with a thought. The scene inside the ball of blood immediately appeared in front of him. There were 2 drops of blood in the ball of blood. Tang Tian's heart jumped. He recognized at one glance. The 2 drops of blood were the dwarf blood and angel blood that he swallowed. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. The situation on both sides was already irreconcilable. And in this matter, Old Man Yu was in the wrong first. When he was dominating, no one made a sound, but now, it was enough to shake Old Man Yu's reputation. Ji Tian on the pillar gradually became clear. The blood mist seeped into his muscles and bones. Tang Tian saw with his own eyes, his muscles and bones changing bit by bit. This was a change that he completely did not understand. But justice will prevail over evil. The silver spear is the sunlight. Ling Su said in a deep voice. His expression was firm. The stern air between his brows made his face seem to be covered with a layer of strange luster. The figure holding the spear seemed to be shrouded in a white holy flame. Even if these 2 were not from the Gu family, but they were willing to stand up for Gu Shui, obviously their relationship was not shallow. The heart-palpitating metallic sound could be heard by everyone in the hall. One Gu family actually had 2 such strong masters. I'm sorry, your opponent is me. Wu Zexing looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. That sword of his was his own creation, called Shadowless Breeze. He rarely used it, because there were not many opponents who were qualified for him to use this sword. But this sword had never missed before. And some of the more active people recalled what Ling Su said previously, and the gaze that Gu Shui looked at Tang Tian. Those present were all experienced people. How could they not understand the meaning behind it? Courting death. Tang Tian dodged Wu Zexing's determined strike, settled Ji Tian with one punch. It made everyone dumbfounded. They dared not believe their eyes. They did not expect that the other Ling Su was also so strong. He was originally a tyrant. Now that he had cut off all means of retreat, without any hesitation he rose up. Once this thought popped up, it made Wu Zexing shiver uncontrollably. An inexplicable panic filled his heart. An even more absurd and terrifying thought followed. Could it be that he had already seen through his own sword path? Heavy breathing gradually pulled Tang Tian back to his senses. The blood color in his vision slowly receded. Tang Tian noticed the two small blood mist balls in the blood mist. The blood mist around these two small blood mist balls was even thicker. The surrounding blood mist was also continuously entering the blood mist balls. A smile formed at the corner of Tang Tian's mouth. He was wild with joy, but what followed was deep puzzlement. Until now, he still did not understand how did Tang Tian dodge his sure-kill sword. Why did the other party, at that time, make a turn and turn? Was it a coincidence? Or was it because he had predicted his sword? Wu Zexing had extremely strong confidence in his own swordplay. In these 5 years, he did not slack for a single day. He trained diligently. His swordplay gradually changed from intimidating to silent. Bree's sword was showing signs of great accomplishment. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly widened, as if a bolt of lightning flashed past his mind. He suddenly remembered the dwarf blood and angel blood that he had swallowed. Could it be? It sounded like a joke, but when it came out of Ling Su's mouth, no one could laugh. A spot of silver light bloomed. But very quickly he regained his composure. He knew that he had no way out. If he did not win, all the reputation that he had accumulated previously would dissipate like an avalanche. The blood mist closest to the blood droplet was dyed into a color similar to the blood droplet. The blood droplet was rapidly shrinking, the surrounding blood mist, as if it was absorbing its nutrients, and then transported the nutrients to every corner of the blood mist. Ling Su pointed the tip of his spear straight at Wu Zexing, his face revealing a look of disdain. I didn't expect. The dignified Breeze sword is actually a despicable person who uses his strength to bully the weak, seduce beauties. He looks like a dog. But at this time, everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between Wu Zexing and Ling Su. But today he actually failed. Killing the Hua brothers had already made him speechless. To be evenly matched with Wu Zexing, how strong must his ability be? Tang Tian's angry roar, in his ears, was like the wind. What was that? How could it be? Among the crowd, there were quite a number of people who started to waver. 2 experts ranked within the top 50, and 2 experts ranked within the top 30, were completely different concepts. Wu Zexing struck out with his sword in anger. A glaring green sword light suddenly flew out from the empty space half a foot in front of Ling Su, as fast as lightning. Among the people present, almost no one could catch the trajectory of this sword. These 5 years he had massed himself to challenge various experts, honing his own swordplay, and had never lost. This move, Shadowless Breeze, was his trump card. In a fit of rage, he struck out in anger. He thought that it was a sure kill attack, but he did not expect that it actually failed. Wu Zexing recovered from his daze. When his eyes regained clarity, in the middle of the hall, Tang Tian spread out his arms like there was no one else around, his face flushed with blood. When he punched out just now, Tang Tian only felt extremely satisfied. It was an indescribable joy. A cool feeling rose from the depths of his body. His whole body was abnormally light, as if his body was a little lighter. Without hesitation, he suddenly charged towards Tang Tian. At this moment, his eyes suddenly blurred. A young man in white stood with a spear, blocking in front of him. Gu Shui looked at Ling Su with some surprise, anticipating his own Shadowless Breeze. However, although the Hua brothers had been famous for a long time and were among the top experts on Phylan Star, but regardless of fame or ability, they could not be compared to Wu Zexing, who was born in a prestigious family. Facing the crazy Wu Zexing, he actually did not retreat half a step, and fought strength with strength. Old Man Yu was rash this time. Since when he was actually disregarded like this? Tang Tian stared blankly, his face revealing a puzzled expression. He suddenly jumped, his whole body shot up like a rocket, and rushed to the top of the hall. Bastard! Thinking of the misstrike just now, it was like a thorn piercing deeply into his heart, and right now, Tang Tian's provocative actions immediately infuriated him. His body really became a little lighter. Ling Su regained his composure, but a strange look flashed across his eyes. At this moment, Tang Tian, who was like a statue in the hall, suddenly changed. Old Man Yu's eyes revealed a rare look of hesitation. The situation in front of him was far beyond his imagination. His gaze swept across the others, the fellows who previously followed his lead, now all retreated, no one dared to stand out. Could it be that something had happened to this fellow? But he did not know what kind of shock he was about to bring to everyone outside was about to happen. His body was filled to the brim with blood essence, like a thick blood mist, filling every corner of his body. This was Old Man Yu's eyes that were always half closed, suddenly opened. In his murky eyes, an undetectable light flashed past. Chapter 168. Phew. Being provoked in front of everyone, even if Old Man Yu's chi cultivation was superior, he couldn't help but blush and feel extremely hot. Look quickly. A strong air wave, with terrifying power, swept through the entire hall. The weaker martial artists, as if they were hit by a wild beast, could not stabilize their bodies and were pushed to a corner by the airwave. Even someone as strong as Old Man Yu could not maintain his composure at this moment, revealing a deep sense of caution and alertness. Beside Tang Tian's feet, a weak airflow quietly formed, rolled up and formed an extremely small whirlpool. Unin's expression was extremely terrible. I'm afraid we've gotten into big trouble this time. Tang Tian's exposed skin was trembling like waves. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, a series of bone-cracking sounds were heard. Inside Tang Tian's body, it was as if some monster was breaking out of its cocoon. Boom. No one could answer this question. Suddenly, time seemed to have stopped, all the explosive sounds suddenly disappeared, the turbulent airflow suddenly stopped and solidified. Old Man Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, the uneasiness and sense of danger in his heart became even stronger, as if it was real. His eyes revealed some surprise, this uncertainty. He had been famous for so many years, but had never seen such a strange thing. Ling Su was not the least bit prepared for the sudden explosion of airwave. He hurriedly moved with his spear, appearing behind a pillar. He was shocked. When he realized that the one who caused this commotion was Tang Tian, his expression was stunned. Other than Ling Su and Wu Zexing, who were fighting fiercely, the rest's gazes were all attracted by this scene. No one had ever seen such an unimaginable and impactful scene. The other martial artists immediately became excited. This guy, what was his background? Old Man Yu stood up, his face dark, slowly walked towards Tang Tian. A wave of pressure, as if it was real, suddenly dispersed. It was not as aggressive as Tang Tian's, but it was old and spicy. A few streams of air currents formed and engulfed the surroundings, causing the air around Tang Tian to become extremely unstable. The exclamation made more people wake up as if they had just woken up from a dream. They shifted their gazes towards Tang Tian, who was in the middle of the field. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. Yen Xia said solemnly, "It's his bloodline. He seems to have activated his bloodline." "Activate my bloodline?" Sua Guang almost cried out in surprise. He suppressed his voice and said, "Activating the bloodline at this time, this is too." Tang Tian, who had his arms wide open, had his eyes closed and was motionless. He was so quiet that he looked like he was sleeping. Pu piu piu. This was also why he was so attentive and sent out hero invitations. Countless gravel scattered all over the stone floor like startled ants. He had enough chips in his hands, so he was very confident. They widened their eyes in fear and curiosity, not daring to shift their gazes away. His current situation was extremely dangerous. No one noticed. Their gazes were all deeply attracted by the intense battle between Ling Su and Wu Zexing. Only Old Man Yu seemed to sense something. His snow-white eyebrows also twitched unnoticeably. Suddenly, he seemed to have returned to the battle with Xia. Although that battle did not cause his ranking to drop, but it had a huge impact on his reputation. But more importantly, confidence. After that battle, he spent 7 years before he regained the confidence of a top expert. For some reason, once this thought popped up, it was like a shadow that could not be erased. The top 10 was like a dividing line. Every one of them was a big shot, and the top 10 to 20 were all tyrants. But for the ambitious Old Man Yu, who wanted to bring glory to the family, tyrants could not satisfy him. But his ranking was hard to rise, so he thought of using reputation and seniority to make up for his lack of ability. An indistinct sense of danger suddenly arose in Elder Yu's heart. No one knew. The situation after that was too smooth, so he had the idea of attacking the Gu family. Justifiably, the Gu family was extremely crucial to his plan this time. He had to hold the Gu family firmly in his hands. Without the Gu family's request, he had no reason to interfere. And today's situation was even more serious if he failed. Ling Su could contend against Wu Zexing, and Tang Tian, who defeated Ji Tian with one punch, was definitely not below Wu Zexing in terms of ability. His momentum now was even more frightening. From the start, Old Man Yu did not expect that he would be dragged into this. Old Man Yu really did not like to fight with enemies he did not understand, because that would be very dangerous. He had been famous for decades, and had seen countless martial artists stronger than him fall into the hands of those unfamiliar and dangerous enemies. He had always been very cautious on this point. It was precisely because of his cautiousness that allowed him to maintain his position after so many years. Tang Tian's figure, as if separated by a rapid flow of water, was blurry. It was as if they were looking at a terrifying storm brewing in front of them. A question rose uncontrollably from the bottom of everyone's heart. When this storm formed, what would it be like? Step by step, he walked towards Tang Tian, his hair and beard all standing up. Such a powerful aura. This commotion finally attracted the attention of some martial artists who were engrossed in the battle between Ling Su and Wu Zexing. What would it be like? Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as they stared blankly at Tang Tian in the field. He started to hesitate in his heart. When Tang Tian punched Ji Tian just now, he could tell that Tang Tian's strength had increased dramatically because he had joined the demonic path. But the scene in front of him was definitely not something that could be explained by joining the demonic path. He decided to observe further. Suddenly, Tang Tian raised his right arm, his index finger stretched out like a gun, and pointed straight at Old Man Yu. His momentum rose sharply, as if he had pulled open a sluice gate. The already overflowing flood surged like thunder and poured out. The untamed and arrogant challenge without any leeway and retreat was clearly and unmistakably transmitted into everyone's ears. Wu Zexing, who was floating in the air, looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. But he had miscalculated. This fellow, what kind of freak was he? Suddenly, Tang Tian opened his eyes. Ooh! Heavens! What's going on? Old Man Yu's gaze stared closely at Tang Tian, dispelling any intention to attack immediately. He could not figure out what kind of transformation was happening to Tang Tian. This was an awe-inspiring ranking, but at the same time, an awkward ranking. But his attention very quickly shifted to Tang Tian, who had revealed himself in the field. Xianxia heard the three people's sighs of relief. He knew in his heart, Unan and the rest no longer had the courage to fight with Tang Tian. But luckily, there was someone even dumber who blocked for him. Straight body, straight index finger, the Tang Tian who stood tall was so unfamiliar, no anger, no roar, but at this moment, everyone present, including Wu Zexing, were stunned by this unfamiliar Tang Tian. Old Man Yu had been famous for more than 40 years. He was the true evergreen tree of Phylan Star. It was under his leadership that the Yu family fought their way into the ranks of the tyrants of Phylan Star. His reputation was extremely high. The only defeat in his life was in the hands of the knight swordsman Xia. Xia appeared out of nowhere that year, challenged all four sides with his sword, without a single defeat, and finally ascended to the top. An indiscernible sound sounded from within Tang Tian's body. That aura. So strong. Old man Yu took a deep breath, and threw this thought to the back of his mind. His expression was solemn, the clothes on his body fluttered, full of energy. That defeat did not cause Old Man Yu's ranking to drop, because that year was known as the Year of the Night Curtain. Almost all the masters of Phylan's star were defeated by Xia. However, life was unpredictable. After that, no one knew what happened to Xia. His temperament changed drastically, his martial arts skills regressed, from the first place to the fifth place, and he also became the most famous assassin of Phylan's star. The Tang Tian who had his eyes closed and arms spread before him became more and more mysterious. Swoosh, the airflow became agitated, the sound also changed from the sound of breathing to the sound of fluttering flags in the wind. The gravel beside Tang Tian's feet, moved by the agitated airflow, rolled and ran on the ground. Old Man Yu was so angry that he laughed. Then let this old man teach you a lesson, you arrogant brat. He did not think much of Tang Tian and Ling Su. The 50th place, to ordinary martial artists, was something they needed to look up to, but to him, it was only the same as his subordinates Li Xen, Ji Tian and the rest. And he believed there would be masters from various families, coming in continuously. He could gather at least 8 martial artists of this level. Moreover, there was still Wu Zexing, who could fight his way into the top 20. Old Man Yu's ranking had been stable at the 15th place. But before he could make a move, there was a sudden change. Piak piak piak. A cold smile appeared on Xia's face. Old Man Yu was in big trouble this time. This battle, it was either life or death. Hey old man, you and I shall settle this with a battle today. A series of sounds exploded from within Tang Tian's body. Wu Zexing, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, was not prepared at all. When the airwave rushed to within 3 feet of his body, he then felt a sense of danger. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment the airwave reached his body, he had already adjusted his body, like a leaf, drifting away with the airflow. When the 3 heard, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Unyielding, determined, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Tang Tian retracted both his arms, his dark red gaze fell on Old Man Yu without any scruples. The explosions became more intense, the air around Tang Tian became even more agitated, the aura of an impending storm shrouded everyone's hearts. Tang Tian's eyes were as red as snow, but revealed an indescribable coldness. The shocking aura, the martial artists in the hall, changed their expressions, as if their hearts were grabbed by an invisible hand. Their bodies did not listen to their commands, and could not move an inch. Xianxia actually agreed with Unin in his heart, but he said, "We are just a small problem, the big one is Old Man Yu. We only injured Gu Shue's men, but Old Man Yu even wants to snatch Gu Shue." In the corner, no one noticed that Xianxia and the rest were mixed in. Xia's expression was solemn, his gaze was filled with astonishment. And beside him, Unin and the rest's expressions changed. The air within 5 feet around Tang Tian seemed to be boiling, countless turbulent airflows collided and rubbed against each other, the concentrated explosions were incessant, the sparks produced by the friction between the fine airflows flashed intermittently. Who exactly is this fellow? Gong Ishio's voice revealed a hint of panic, such a strong aura made him tremble with fear. Following that was a loud bang, the unstable air belt around Tang Tian instantly shattered. Chapter 169. Rippling River Fan, Iridinous Constellation Bronze Treasure. It looked like a gentle breeze and a gentle rippling technique, but he could smell an extremely dangerous aura. Tang Tian flicked his finger, a white vortex flew out from his palm. Wu Zexing's failure made Old Man Yu's face change slightly. To be able to defeat Wu Zexing, that Ling Su's power was much stronger than he imagined. This was definitely a terrible outcome. Gong Yixio's spirit was lifted. He was originally good at planning. Instantly his thoughts were clear. That's right, with the arrival of the deacon, their power would increase exponentially. And after this, Old Man Yu's plan this time would be ruined. The Gu family and the other families had deep conflicts, and no one would help the Gu family. At that time, the Gu family and these three fellows would just be fish on the chopping board. The color of the steel on his 10 fingers became even darker. That's right. But Tang Tian's speed is really scary. If it was another person, he would have long been defeated. Just as Old Man Yu was shocked and frightened, the palm aura that was like a stone tablet instantly exploded. Shwa, the fan opened, on it was written the words, Rippling River. Although he was shocked, but Tang Tian's footsteps were not the least bit affected, and were unusually smooth. A dazzling silver light, like a rainbow, suddenly appeared and hit the empty space. Tang Tian was instantly shocked. Ling Su stood with his spear, a painful expression surfaced on his face, but his eyes were strangely calm. Teacher, is this the victory of justice that you spoke of? Ling Su's spine was trembling slightly, the sharp pain from the needles surged like a tide, almost drowning him. The bandages on his body were already completely soaked. Ling Su took a deep breath. He tremblingly executed the majestic stance. Almost as soon as the majestic stance was formed, his body stopped trembling. Teacher, is this what you meant by being a good person? Such ferocious power. Ding. Tang Tian didn't doubt his own intuition at all. Even though his speed and strength had increased to a point that ordinary people couldn't hope to reach, his greatest strength was still his intuition. With a tap of his toes, Tang Tian's figure disappeared in a flash. According to Bing's theory, the current Tang Tian was not suitable to provoke Old Man Yu, because he had not digested the power he had just obtained. However, Tang Tung couldn't care less. The power he had just absorbed was stirring in his body. They seemed to feel Tang Tian's disgust and hatred for Old Man Yu. Ling Su, you have to win. Seeing Gong Yixio's unwillingness, Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and reminded him, don't be discouraged, wait for the deacon and the others to come. Old Man Yu had already entered his battle state. The light aura in his eyes exploded. His expression was ferocious and awe-inspiring. In his hand, there was a light blue fan. Tang Tian acutely sensed the fluctuation in Old Man Yu's state of mind. Without any warning, he suddenly changed his direction and rushed towards Old Man Yu. Old Man Yu staggered forward and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. Xianxia said softly, until now, the conflict between us and the Gu family, no, to be exact, the conflict between us and Tang Tian and the other two, is not irreconcilable. If we lower our stance and obtain Gu Shue's forgiveness, it will be easy. If Gu Shue doesn't pursue the matter, we will naturally have no conflict with them. But if we take action, then there will be no way out. Gong Yixio suddenly lowered his voice and said, Boss, is it possible for us to take the chance? Ling Su, you are doing the right thing. You are fighting for something meaningful. Ding. Everyone could not help but be surprised. Just now, Xianxia said that Old Man Yu had the upper hand. They did not expect the boss to say that he was optimistic about Tang Tian. Tang Tian immediately changed his fighting style from the previous tentative fighting style to a more aggressive and oppressive fighting style. As fast as lightning. So fast. Old Man Yu was caught off guard. He grunted and took a step back as if he had been pushed. Justice Origin Pierce. A green sword suddenly appeared in the originally empty place. Tang Tian was successful in every endeavor, the crane vortex that would cause his enemies to be flustered. This time, in the light-colored fan aura that resembled the sea, disappeared without a trace. And this old bastard's crime was unforgivable. It felt quite good. Both sides were originally in a very balanced position, but Old Man Yu's flaw caused a very slight deviation in this balance. For an ordinary martial artist, this was not a big mistake, but for a battle of this level, any slight negligence could determine the outcome of the battle. Ling Su's white robe was also a mess. The 5 fingers of his left hand behind his back kept trembling, but his eyes did not waver at all. Shadowless breeze. Xianxia looked at the field and said to himself, "This battle, for Old Man Yu, there is no other way but to win, and the pressure is great. As for Tang Tian, as long as it is a draw, it will be a victory. And Tang Tian has the moral right, for his age, it will make him more fearless and brave. Most importantly, Tang Tian has not yet familiarized himself with the power he has just obtained. This is actually Old Man Yu's best chance. But Old Man Yu is too cautious. When Tang Tian starts to slowly familiarize himself with the new power, the balance will tilt." The martial artists who were watching with widened eyes only felt a blur in front of their eyes and lost sight of Tang Tian. Only Xianxia, Unin and a few others could catch a glimpse of Tang Tian's figure. Xianxia was still fine, but Unin's expression changed in an instant. Tang Tian's speed far surpassed his. The orange-red pupils quickly calmed down. Heavenly Dragon Energy. Wu Zixing's hair was disheveled. He looked like he had gone mad. There was no trace of the calmness on his face. He was like a ferocious beast, staring fiercely at Ling Su. His palms slashed lightly. However, at this moment the battle between Ling Su and Wu Zixing reached its climax first. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he watched and said in a deep voice, "It's hard to say. In terms of strength, both sides have their advantages and disadvantages. Tang Tian has the advantage in speed and strength, while Old Man Yu's martial techniques are stronger. His true power is more vigorous, and now he is lowering his stance, maintaining a defensive stance. It will not be easy for Tang Tian to win. Old Man Yu's 3 mountains and seas is at the point of perfection. If Tang Tian does not accidentally fall into it, it will be dangerous." Tang Tian did not have the habit of letting others make the first move. He made the first move. Tang Tian's speed was not slow in the first place, and the dwarf blood not only increased his strength, it also greatly increased his speed, and the angel blood greatly increased Tang Tian's speed. With the two added together, Tang Tian's speed now was much stronger than Hua Rong at his peak. Gong Yixio was silent. Justice Origin Core Pierce. His speed was extremely fast, although the crane vortex was like a clay ox entering the sea without any reaction, but Old Man Yu's fan aura was also unable to touch Tang Tian at all. Tang Tian tried to attack from different directions. Old Man Yu was unusually alert, but it all ended in failure. Old Man Yu's footsteps did not move. He knew that his speed was not as fast as Tang Tian, so he might as well stay still. But his fan aura was unusually powerful. Tang Tian was also very wary. Wu Zixing flew backwards at an even faster speed, crashing onto the wall. Bricks and stones flew everywhere. With a rumble, the entire wall collapsed, burying him. Old Man Yu was shocked. He immediately reacted and secretly knew that things were not good. Tang Tian's heart was suddenly alarmed. Xianxia could not hold it in any longer. He suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Double blood meridians." Ling Su's gaze suddenly became sharp and determined. He took a step forward and thrusted his spear. Crane vortex. Everyone was horrified. Almost without thinking, Tang Tian tiptoed, his body bent, and suddenly appeared beside Old Man Yu. Looking at the slowly walking Old Man Yu, he was not the least bit nervous. On the contrary, he was eager to try. He wanted to see how powerful the dwarf blood and angel blood that he had just absorbed was. Unin followed up and asked, "Don't tell me boss thinks highly of Old Man Yu?" A spot of silver light burst out, even more dazzling and blazing than before. They were evenly matched. "Boss, who has the upper hand?" Suoguang could not help but ask. "No." Xianxia unexpectedly shook his head. "I think more highly of Tang Tian." Only victory was worthy of the pointed sea spear. Ling Su and Wu Zixing seemed to be struck by lightning at the same time. Both of them directly flew out. Boom boom boom. The two of them consecutively broke a few pillars before stopping their bodies. Tang Tian's body seemed to be filled with endless power. Old Man Yu's palm flipped, the fan shook, whoosh, a clear blue wave suddenly appeared in Tang Tian's eyes, like a line between the sea and the sky. The light of the fan was like a wave, not turbulent, like a blue wave blown by the wind. It looked like it did not have any destructive power. As expected of Old Man Yu, this 3 Mountain Sea Fan technique, is really smooth and flawless. An even more shocking crash than before made everyone's heart jump. He did not think that the crane vortex could kill Old Man Yu, but felt that it could still make Old Man Yu flustered for a while. Unexpectedly, Old Man Yu's seemingly casual roll of the fan actually broke this move of his so thoroughly. Willpower was the bridge from pain to power. The more pain one could endure, the more power one could possess. Ling Su, you are a man with a will of steel, you can definitely do it. Wu Zexing did not think that at this moment, Ling Su could still launch such a fierce attack. A hint of madness flashed past his eyes. He did not dodge, his entire body riding on the sword, brazenly pierced forward. Exclamations sounded from the surroundings. Tang Tian's speed was really too fast. When they saw Tang Tian appeared next to Old Man Yu almost out of thin air, they were all taken aback. Ling Su's heart instantly calmed down. The pain in his spine did not lessen at all, but another wave of scorching power rose from the deepest part of his spine where the pain was the most intense, rose up along his deformed spine, from his shoulders and elbows into his 10 fingers. Old Man Yu's shrewd and ruthless performance made Tang Tian helpless. The heavy and powerful Great Monument Palm broke through the rippling fan's fan aura. The remaining force did not stop and crashed onto Old Man Yu's back. But Tang Tian did not stop for a moment. He appeared behind Old Man Yu like a ghost, another heavy whistling Great Monument Palm. Old Man Yu was already in a passive position, his elbow turned back. The rippling fan once again blocked this Great Monument Palm. Old Man Yu looked unhurried. With a flick of his wrist, the fan aura was like a large-size brush, dipped in the light blue seawater, very casually rolled and retracted. The terrifying Great Monument Palm crashed into the endless sea of fan aura. Old Man Yu's fan obviously sank. He could not help but be shocked. Such a strong brute force. Old Man Yu was after all old, although his true power was getting thicker, but his strength had obviously regressed. He was not known for his strength. The power of Tang Tian's palm actually made him almost unable to block it. Xianxia shook his head. Don't forget, that mechanical martial artist has not come out yet. We have already underestimated Tang Tian and Ling Su. What if we underestimate this guy too? Great Monument Palm. After a few rounds, both sides fell into a stalemate. The surrounding martial artists also had some inkling. Chapter 170. What a pity! If he had someone to train him and absorb 2 more outstanding bloodlines, his future achievements would be even higher. No, that's impossible. Su Guang's teeth began to chatter. The mace slammed heavily on the steel shield that was 10 centimeters thick. Once the 600-kilogram mace was swung, it was an invincible killing weapon. Tang Tian's powerful strength not only allowed him to swing it, but also made it dance like a gust of wind. As long as one was touched by the gust of wind, one would be sent flying. 12 fist auras that resembled shooting stars shot towards Tang Tian with terrifying whistling sounds. Like a gorgeous necklace of light, they shot towards Tang Tian. In the year of the Veil of Night, Qi Ya's strength was unprecedented. Within a year, he defeated all the experts in Humble Forest Planet, and with an indisputable attitude, he stepped onto the throne of Humble Forest Planet's #1. Although Tang Tian shone brilliantly, he was still much weaker than Xia in the past. Looking at the dense crowd in front of him, Tang Tian grinned. Su Guang stared straight at the field and answered dreamily, "We can't deal with him now." Unan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Who can guarantee that this is the limit of Tang Tian's strength?" Boom, 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 boom. Tang Tian flicked his finger, and the white crane vortex suddenly danced like a group of white cranes. When the fists collided with it, they were all bounced off by the high-speed vortex. Tang Tian felt extremely carefree, and he roared continuously. He had never learned how to use the mace, so he swung it with brute force. But this simple attack was extremely effective. The warriors originally thought that the narrow terrain could restrict Tang Tian's movement and make use of their advantage in numbers. But no one expected that Tang Tian would use such an unreasonable and violent attack method. "You want to run?" Tang Tian sneered, his killing intent surging. He was in an extremely bad mood after losing his prey. Ling Su was dumbfounded. Tang Tian was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Everywhere it passed, people and horses were thrown off their feet, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. This guy's strength is way too terrifying. Unin's voice trembled. He was known for his strength, but when he saw Tang Tian's inhuman strength, he trembled. That's right. Xianxia's expression was equally terrible. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Fortunately, the blood of the dwarf and the winged man he absorbed were not top-tier silver bloodlines. Otherwise, it'll be even harder to deal with." Suo Guang's ranking was not high, but he was relying on his incomparably fast speed to occupy a place in the Sushi group. However, Tang Tian's speed made him feel ashamed. Onyx Soul's research and use of blood meridians had a long history. In Onyx Soul, blood meridians were even more important than martial techniques. In theory, everyone could activate their blood meridians. But in reality, people realized that it was not the case. Many people's blood meridians were ordinary, and their body qualities were not enough to allow them to withstand the power of external blood meridians. Gong Ishio muttered, "Saber-toothed tiger?" Saber-toothed tiger. Suddenly, Gong Ishio's excited voice startled them. "Look, that's a mechanical weapon. The Southern Cross Army's standard mechanical weapon, saber-toothed tiger. I did not see wrongly, it's the real deal." Needless to say, Su Guang spoke in a dreamlike voice, and his speed is too abnormal. How can we live like this? Meteor chasing the moon. The martial artists under Old Man Yu awoke from their daze and rushed towards Tang Tian. The hall was so narrow, no matter how strong Tang Tian was, they would drown him. But people with double blood meridians were rare, and almost every person with double blood meridians would be seen as a genius. To be able to have two blood meridians at the same time, their starting point was higher than others. Everyone attacked together. Tang Tian had long noticed Lu Qing, his eyes flashed, his body swayed, and the few fist auras at the front started to waver, but he took the opportunity to suddenly dodge. This flash was as fast as lightning, and the few fist auras at the front brushed past his body. The great monument palm brought along a low whistle and descended from the sky. "But, don't you guys feel that he is like a person?" Unin suddenly spoke. Suo Guang subconsciously touched his own neck. "Zia." Unin's face flashed a look of excitement. "Today's Tang Tian, isn't he like Zia in the past, appearing out of nowhere?" Xianxia and Unin's faces did not look good. "Godlike young man, go go go." He started to think about how to get Tang Tian and the rest's forgiveness, and erase the previous grudges. He could become the first seat of the Sushi group, not only because of his strength, but also because of his intelligence. Tang Tian took the opportunity to dash forward, dodging the blade auras and fist auras that were sneaking up on him. He exerted strength in his legs, and suddenly dashed into the crowd. The narrow terrain, to Tang Tian, was perfect for him to unleash his terrifying strength. The steel shield instantly broke into pieces, the shards shot everywhere, and one of the shards even sank into a martial artist's body. The martial artist who blocked did not even have time to scream, and was directly sent flying, knocking down 3 people consecutively before landing on the ground. Including the 3 people that were knocked down, no one got up again. His eyes were red. A double blood meridians, age 16? A 15-year-old young man, definitely had a bright future. This was an extremely terrifying number, even higher than Hua Sha's after her blood meridians were activated. Xianxia was stunned, and he thought even more. Other than being in charge of the daily affairs of Phylan's Star, the Star Master was not without tasks. One of the most important tasks of the Star Master was to recommend more talented young men to the top, and this was why there was a Stargate trial. Very strong. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration and surprise. So direct and efficient, unlike the martial artists of this era. Go. Lu Qing's strength was comparable to Ji Tian, and in order to save people, he did not hold back. His fists were like meteors, whistling as they pounced towards Tang Tian. The martial technique that Lu Qing relied on to make his name, Meteor Fist, A rank 6 martial technique, the punches were fast and heavy, and had shocking power. This time it was a complete mess, the meteor fist aura that was bounced off, smashed into the crowd, and it was a complete mess. He naturally could not watch Old Man Yu die tragically in the hands of Tang Tian, and seeing that the situation was critical, he could not care about anything else, and pounced towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian was now completely in a state of chaos, and rushed in front of Lu Qing like lightning. His speed was so fast that Lu Qing was shocked. But from the corner of his eyes, he saw that his comrade had saved Old Man Yu, and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He crossed his fists, and like a slippery loach, he tried to burrow into the crowd. "This guy is too violent," Ling Su mumbled, "not at all righteous, but it feels good." He knew that Tang Tian was powerful, and his first move was a killing move. "Bing, protect a Shui and Ling Su. Stop!" Boom. The martial artist who bore the brunt of the attack was shocked beyond words, but his reaction was fast. He raised the shield on his arm, lowered his center of gravity, and poured all of his true power into his arms. The opponents were like harvesting wheat, falling one by one. It was a spectacular scene. Bing carried Ling Su and landed beside Gu Shui. His huge figure was like a wall blocking in front of Gu Shui. Just as Gong Yixio was talking, Bing was like grabbing a chick, grabbing a martial artist who tried to attack Gu Shui, and with a "kacha" sound he immediately broke his opponent's neck. Xianxia was a little envious and a little regretful. Xianxia and the rest were hiding in the corner. They were also shocked by Tang Tian's aggressiveness. Yunin Suguang's face was pale, and looked at the invincible Tang Tian with a face of fear. Xianxia was stunned. The fist aura smashed onto the wall, and immediately the limestone flew everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. "Xia?" Xianxia was startled. He shook his head. Xia was much more powerful than Tang Tian back then, and directly reached the top. Xianxia asked casually. Yunin's expression froze. After a moment, he then turned his stiff neck, his face extremely pale. "Is it really double blood meridians?" Xianxia patted Gong Yixio's shoulder. He was very clear. Wanting to obtain the saber-toothed tiger was already impossible. Whether Ling Su and Tang Tian were outsiders or not, the Star Master would not mind. And there was also a mechanical martial artist with unfathomable strength. Such a team, even if the deacon was here, he would not be forceful. As expected, he is more powerful than we thought. Yunin felt that everything that he had seen today was so bizarre. Where did such a powerful mechanical martial artist come from? The great monument palm print that was like a monument, like a meteorite, smashed onto the ground. Everyone felt the ground jump, countless dust flew, and the surrounding martial artists were all enveloped in it. A few martial artists who could not dodge in time wailed in pain, causing people's hearts to tremble. He waved his mace, the terrifying sound of the wind was enough to cause people's hearts to tremble. Tang Tian roared at the air. A bronze figure swept across the hall and pulled Ling Su up. A figure pounced towards Tang Tian. It was actually Lu Qing. He originally did not want to make a move. Seeing Ji Tian's miserable state caused his heart to feel cold. But he had never thought that Old Man Yu was actually not Tang Tian's opponent. Xianxia's face was also very ugly. A strange look flashed past his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "It's double blood meridians." Tang Tian must have activated 2 blood meridians. The Hua brothers' dwarf blood and angel blood should be in his hands. With such power and speed, there is only one possibility: he absorbed both blood meridians. Tang Tian suddenly pulled out a double-headed mace. It was Hua Sha's weapon. The weight was a shocking 600 caddies. Extremely heavy, it was definitely a great killing weapon. Tang Tian's own strength was about 5 times that of a normal martial artist, and adding the dwarf blood, his strength had already reached 10 times that of a normal martial artist. Lu Qing was shocked. He had personally seen Old Man Yu vomit blood from Tang Tian's great monument palm. At that moment he could not care about his image. His body curled up like a prawn and shrunk into the crowd. "Let me go." Ling Su was like an angry cat, of course, a panda. He was extremely unhappy that he had fallen to the point of being protected by someone. He struggled with all his might in Bing's hands, but Bing's palms were like iron pincers. But there were some people who could not only withstand external blood meridians, but could also withstand more than one type of blood meridians, such as double blood meridians. Chapter 171. Dang dang dang. Did he just activate his blood meridians? This mechanical martial artist was much more powerful than what everyone had imagined. Who would have thought that there would be such a strong mechanical martial artist in the world? Su Changtian gasped for breath. Bang! The two broad axes dropped to the ground. He did not have the strength to pick them up. He gasped for breath with all his might. His chest felt like it was on fire. Perspiration soaked through his clothes. His two arms did not seem to belong to him. Bing glanced at Su Changtian. Without saying a word, he carried the unconscious Tang Tian and the mace. Clang clang clang, his heavy footsteps did not seem to be fast or slow. This brat, such a strong strength. Clang clang clang. Buzz. Tang Tian's heart trembled. Borrowing the force of the recoil, his entire body flipped backwards. He flew back at an even faster speed. Master, are you all right? Xianxia rushed to Su Changtian. Help me out. Su Changtian gasped for breath. The sound of metal clashing was even more deafening than before. It made everyone's ears go numb. Su Changtian opened his mouth to speak. But he did not expect that Tang Tian did not even give him the chance to speak. The mace appeared above his head again. This time, it was even stronger than before. Tang Tian's sharp eyes noticed Lu Qing and Old Man Yu. Immediately, he cried out. His legs kicked hard. He soared into the air. The mace in his hands was raised up high. Killing intent filled his heart. Tang Tian naturally used all his strength. A huge bronze figure, like a bronze wall, appeared in front of Xia Yan without warning. But the mechanical martial artist that suddenly appeared had power that made Su Changtian's heart tremble. The short stranger was quickly seen as an enemy by Tang Tian. The opponent was short and stout. But he was extremely sturdy. The two broad axes in his hands looked extremely heavy. He quickly placed them in front of him. He was in a defensive position. Tang Tian was extremely excited from the fight. He seemed to have lost all his strength. Tang Tian's roar reverberated throughout the arena. Tang Tian only felt a valiant power that was not inferior to his own, forcefully blocking his mace. The mace in his hands felt as though it had smashed into an incomparably thick copper wall. Before he could react, Tang Tian roared again. Carrying the mace, he pounced at Su Changtian at an even faster speed. Damn it! Xianxia was a smart man. He knew that the situation had changed. Could it be, damn it, Lord Deacon? Xianxia recognized Deacon Su Changtian at a glance and was shocked. You must be sincere. No matter what kind of compensation they want, you must agree to it. Su Changtian said in a low voice. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, I'll take you there. That's more sincere. The four of them were scared silly. These four words were like a ghost, floating in their minds. The impact of this scene was so strong that it far exceeded the battle between Tang Tian and Old Man Yu. They even forgot to go and support him. Su Changtian's limbs were weak. He had no strength at all. He panted desperately. His face was pale and his body was drenched in sweat. But at this time he still shouted, Don't fight. Let's talk this out. Tang Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Thinking of the humiliation Shui had suffered, he was filled with anger. Such an old bastard, who knew how many people would suffer in this world. Su Changtian was already on the verge of collapse. He could not help but rejoice. If he really lost to Tang Tian, it would be really embarrassing. Xianxia and the others were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. They did not expect that Lord Deacon would actually be suppressed by Tang Tian. Su Changtian's heart trembled. He did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated his true power and raised both his axes. Su Changtian was known for his strength. It was not that there were no people who were stronger than him. But he had never seen anyone who was stronger than him. His strength had always been something that he was proud of. He did not expect that he would actually be suppressed today. Suddenly, a biting cold and ferocious axe aura suddenly lit up in front of him. Ooh. Xianxia's heart turned cold. But when his gaze landed on Tang Tian, who was in the saber-toothed tiger's hands, he was stunned. Tang Tian had fainted for some reason. Tang Tian was completely enraged. The blood mist in his body was fusing into his flesh and blood at an even faster speed. Tang Tian's eyes started to show traces of blood. Under the huge recoil, Tang Tian, who was flying out, forcefully turned his body in midair. With an even faster speed, he pounced towards Su Changtian again. Waving the mace in his hands, Tang Tian was like a madly dancing whirlwind, sweeping across the hall. Everywhere they went, screams rang out as if they were crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. His speed was incomparably fast to begin with, and the martial artists couldn't even escape. Competing in strength? Su Changtian heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "That's good. That's good." Until another unfamiliar figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone then awoke from their daze. Using all his strength. How is that possible? Kakaka. Wah wah wah. Such a strong fellow. Just at this time, Unin rushed over. Hearing what the deacon said, they were all stunned. They could not believe their ears. Kill, kill, kill. Thinking of the Star Master's instructions, Su Changtian took a deep breath. He felt lucky that he had arrived in time. All the strength in his body burst forth. The mace that was raised high above his head suddenly disappeared from his hands. Only those martial artists with good eyesight could see the extremely heavy mace sweeping through the air at high speed. Every sharp fang was trembling violently, stirring up the air and emitting a deep and numbing sound. Su Changtian laughed bitterly in his heart. His gaze unconsciously fell on the unconscious Tang Tian. His heart was in turmoil. Seeing the ferocious Tang Tian, Lu Qing was scared out of his wits. He no longer had any fighting spirit. Supporting old Man Yu, he rushed towards a collapsed gap. Tang Tian revealed a sinister smile. Fighting till now, he was in a completely berserk state. He felt like his whole body was on fire. Although the blood mist in his body had absorbed the dwarf and angel blood, it was not completely digested. It made Tang Tian extremely excited. Tang Tian did not have any intention of retreating. His opponent could actually contend with him in terms of strength. This only made his fighting spirit boil even more. Only when Su Changtian's body had sunk to his knees and was close to the ground, did Xia Yan wake up from his dream. His expression changed, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he rushed towards Tang Tian. That is, Tang Tian frantically waved the mace and desperately smashed it towards Su Changtian. Su Changtian's body was like a large iron nail being hammered by a sledgehammer, sinking inch by inch. Su Changtian's face was red. His hands were numb. He was completely relying on his breath to hold on. Tang Tian's attack frequency made him unable to breathe. He did not dare to open his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, his strength would dissipate. He gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard the deacon anxiously shout, "Stop! Go die!" Xia's body froze in place. He almost suspected that his ears were playing tricks on him. How could such tender words come from the mouth of the cold and vicious deacon who killed without blinking an eye? Tang Tian's pupils suddenly shrank, but he did not panic. His momentum had risen to the extreme. Even if Xia came, he would not have the slightest bit of fear. Tang Tian flew 5 or 6 feet and fell rapidly like a meteor. Lu Qing and Old Man Yu were quickly magnified in his eyes. He could clearly see the shock on their faces. Every inch of his joints seemed to be groaning, every piece of muscle was mobilized. Tang Tian, who was in midair, his body was like a bow that was bent in the opposite direction, his body stretched taut to the extreme, the mace that was raised high, was forcefully pulled up a few inches. Xianxia was shocked. He hesitated for a while and said softly, "I injured one of the Gu family's guards. Other than that, there are no other conflicts." Xianxia was overwhelmed. Master did not even have the strength to come out. He immediately went forward and helped Master out of the pit. An astonishing power came from the axes. Su Changtian was overwhelmed with shock. Tang Tian's mace was actually stronger than before. His feet sank. The stone floor shattered like a biscuit, up to his ankles. To Tang Tian, it was extremely dangerous. But to him, it was equally dangerous. Su Changtian glanced around. Suddenly he asked softly, "You didn't create any enmity, right? Go, go, go." With a sharp whistle, Tang Tian shot forward. His speed was actually faster than before. He was actually beaten up so badly by a person who had just activated his blood meridians. If this news were to spread, he would definitely be the laughingstock of the other 3 deacons. And this mechanical martial artist. The concentrated sounds of collisions were like a raging storm. Others could only see Tang Tian rushing towards Lu Qing and Old Man Yu like an arrow. But he flew back at an even faster speed. The shocking collisions stopped abruptly. The deafening sound of metal colliding suppressed all the other sounds. The mace and the axes clashed without any fancy moves. Martial artists with common sense would not easily fight before they had completely absorbed and digested the blood meridians. Su Changtian was overwhelmed with shock. He was the closest and saw it the clearest. This mechanical martial artist was extremely accurate. Tang Tian, who was like a raging storm, was instantly knocked unconscious. Tang Tian had just activated his blood meridians. The power of the blood meridians had not been completely digested. Tang Tian's frenzied state just now was due to the backlash of the blood meridians. It was extremely dangerous. Bing held onto Tang Tian with one hand, and the other hand held onto the ferocious double-headed mace. The huge mace in Bing's hands was like a child's toy. This person who suddenly appeared actually blocked his attack. Tang Tian felt his prey slipping away. The anger and unhappiness in his heart rose up. "Let's talk this through." Xianxia's pupils dilated. He suddenly remembered what it was. His face changed. So fast. He could not imagine that such a heavy mechanical weapon could actually have such a shocking speed. Tang Tian, who was in a coma, was like a baby. Tang Tian's eyes widened in anger, and his words were like thunder. His own power was actually suppressed. He still could not believe it. But when his entire body felt weak, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Su Changtian heaved a sigh of relief. The strong recoil caused his wrist to go numb. Xianxia was shocked. Without thinking, he forcefully stopped his attack. The eyes of the saber-toothed tiger coldly glanced at him. Su Changtian said, "Later on, all of you go and apologize to Gu Shui. Remember, no one is allowed to be unreasonable." Chapter 172. It's true. "Ah Su, your hair has turned silver." Gu Shui said seriously. "Ah Shui this." Tang Tian pointed at Su Changtian and the rest blankly, with a blank face. Ling Su, who was about to explode, saw the strands of half-blue and half-silver hair in Tang Tian's hands, but as if he was struck by lightning, he stood there in a daze. "Dang dang dang." Gu Shui smiled, and suddenly thought of something. "Tian, I need your help with something." Gu Shui heard the commotion behind him, and turned to see Tang Tian. His face immediately lit up, and shouted happily, "Tian." When Tang Tian woke up, he opened his eyes in a daze. "All right." Tang Tian nodded his head. Gu Shui looked at Tang Tian's indignant look, and was elated, and laughed. "Uncle Mu has recovered. It was that Deacon Su who used spirit medicine to cure him." He apologized to Uncle Mu, and gave Uncle Mu a bronze treasure as compensation. Uncle Mu has already forgiven them. It should be a backlash. Bing yawned. "It's fine now." Gu Shui covered her mouth and laughed. Tang Tian looked at the empty courtyard, and suddenly tilted his head. He felt that he had forgotten something. After thinking for half a day, Tang Tian suddenly smacked his head. He finally remembered what he had forgotten. Tang Tian's heart felt even weirder. The young lady who had recovered asked Tang Tian with her eyes lit up, "The plan I gave you, did you use it? How was the result?" "So troublesome, Yaya, when can you learn to speak?" Tang Tian caressed Yaya's little head and muttered as he lifted the quilt and got off the bed. Su Changtian laughed and said, We won't bother you two anymore. Rest assured, Patriarch Gu. With us around, no one can harm the Gu family. Suddenly, Shue's voice came from outside the house. Wait. Tang Tian immediately sat up. He remembered that he was clearly fighting with someone else, so why did he suddenly appear here? Shue, you have to be careful. There are many bad people in society. Tang Tian said to Gu Shui earnestly, don't be easily deceived by the disguise of the bad guys. With me around, I'll beat up anyone who dares to bully you. Breed. Ling Su's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and the corner of his eyes twitched. Suddenly, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes widened. These two fellows wouldn't starve to death, right? Don't bother me for the next few days, I'm going into seclusion to comprehend the spear. With that, he ignored Tang Tian and Gu Shui and turned to walk outside, leaving behind these words. That Tang Tian had rushed to Ling Su's side and curiously tugged at Ling Su's hair. So strange, it's not dyed. I heard that there are some very special breeds of pigs, and as they grow, the color of their hair will change. I didn't expect that, Ling Su, you're also a strange breed. Gu Shui shook her head. I need to make some preparations. Although I don't know what to look out for with the five-eyed stone man, I still need to make some simple preparations. But with Tian around, I can rest assured. The little girl said pitifully. Tang Tian's expression became even more strange, and he looked at Su Changtian and the others suspiciously, wondering what these fellows were up to. Hey, uncle. Tang Tian couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Gu Shui came back to her senses, and she also revealed a puzzled expression, shaking her head. I don't know either, but they said that in a few days, there will be an important guest coming, and they told us to prepare. Su Changtian and the other four lined up in a row, and very uniformly revealed a harmless smile. Su Changtian patted his chest, his face awe-inspiring and righteous. Yan Xia and the other three, under the lead of a stranger, lined up in a row, and all of them bowed to Shui with fawning smiles on their faces. Shui's voice was filled with deep concern and a trace of nervousness. Tang Tian's heart warmed, and then he deliberately laughed out loud, patting his chest loudly. Ayaya, this godlike young man has copper muscles and iron bones. This is just a small problem, it's just a small accident. I'm now strong enough to kill Ling Su. She retracted her gaze without a trace, and smiled at Tang Tian. Then I'll go and prepare. When I'm ready, I'll come and find you. Tang Tian felt a little guilty, and hurriedly ran back to the courtyard he used to live in. There was no trace of Ling Su in the courtyard. This fellow must have gone somewhere to practice his spear. I want to drink water, the little girl said angrily. Half of her hair was sea blue, and the other half was silver. Tang Tian unconsciously took out the hair that he just plucked, and placed it in front of Ling Su. Here, look, it's all silver down there. Luckily, he didn't starve to death. Tang Tian heard that he was fine, and made an oh sound, and looked at Bing curiously. Hey, uncle, why are you so sleepy? He walked out of the room and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Such a clumsy method, and you want to lie to me? Ling Su was not moved, and got into a stance, his spear pointed straight at Tang Tian, and clenched his teeth. Come, let's decide the winner. Ling Su stood rooted to the ground, his expression fluctuating. Deacon Su is here to apologize. Gu Shui smiled like a flower and looked up. Gu Shui's skin was as white as snow, her appearance beautiful. This smile made Tang Tian fall into a daze. I'm old, I can't compare to you brats. Bing yawned continuously, his eyes filled with tears, and said unclearly, go and break. Yaya jumped onto Tang Tian's shoulder and waved her little hands at Gu Shui. A series of quick footsteps, pa. A small figure rushed in like a wisp of smoke and jumped onto Tang Tian's body. Yaya squeaked and waved her little hands, her little face puffed up. She was extremely excited. Tang Tian felt that everything that happened today was weird. Oh right, Shui, what's going on with those fellows from Susher Group? The little girl took a bite and frowned, and said unclearly, so disgusting. Following that, with an astonishing speed, she finished the biscuit in Tang Tian's hand. The speed was so fast that it caused Tang Tian to be dumbstruck. How hungry must it be? Tang Tian, who had a guilty conscience, carefully pushed open the door. The layout inside was exactly the same as before. No one had been here. Tang Tian tiptoed to the cupboard, opened the door, and saw the angry look in the little girl's eyes. He heaved a sigh of relief. Ah, Shui, don't be this asshole's accomplice. Ling Su had a "I will not be fooled" expression on his face. Finished, he disappeared. After a moment, he coldly snorted, "Silver is better." Tang Tian felt even more guilty. He was at a loss. He wanted to persuade the little girl not to cry, but he didn't know where to start. But apologize. Hey, Ah Su, your hair really changed. Gu Shui exclaimed. Tang Tian's gaze made Su Changtian and the others' smile stiffen. They quickly bid farewell and left. Tang Tian's face was solemn as he whispered to Gu Shui, "Seems like this matter, Ling Su suffered a huge blow." As the little girl spoke, she began to cry. His body was covered with a soft quilt. The quilt emitted a faint fragrance. The mattress under his body was also extremely soft. It was so comfortable that Tang Tian didn't want to get up. There were still 2 people hiding in the cupboard. The little girl's crying turned from a whimper to a loud wail. Her tears and snot splattered everywhere. Tang Tian was at a loss. How did he wake up from his sleep? This world had completely changed? Not good, I've been caught. The overjoyed Tang Tian immediately brought the 2 out. Gu Shui quickly went to work. Gu Shui's expression revealed a hint of determination. The past few days made her deeply understand that without strength, she couldn't even protect herself. She originally planned to use the 5-eyed golem after Tang Tian left. This battle made her decide to use the 5-eyed golem in advance. If she could activate the snow rainbow blood meridians, then she wouldn't completely become Tian's burden. With that said, Tang Tian pretended to glare fiercely at Su Changtian and the others. Just as he pulled out the scarf from the little girl's mouth, the little girl scolded, "Do you want to starve us to death? To think that I even gave you advice. You're a bad person." Sob, sob, sob. "I'm hungry," he said with some guilt. "Do you want more?" "Oh." Tang Tian reacted, quickly took out a piece of biscuit, and brought it to the little girl's mouth. Gu Shui was deep in thought. "Tian, how do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" This, Su Changtian quickly revealed a harmless smile. "Something wrong?" Tang Tian's eyes immediately widened. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Tang Tian felt that it was better for him to keep his mouth shut. Sure enough, after crying for more than 10 minutes, the little girl stopped crying, but her nose was still twitching, and her face was a big mess. "Where is this?" Only then did Gu Shui let out a sigh of relief. Tang Tian listened, patted his chest without hesitation. "What's the matter? Just say it." Tang Tian's smile froze on his face, but his eyes suddenly lit up, and he widened his eyes as he pointed at Ling Su's hair. "Ling Su, what's wrong with your hair?" "No problem." Tang Tian agreed without thinking. He felt that this was a matter of course. With him looking after it, it would not be easy for accidents to happen. He tilted his head and asked, "Do you want to start now?" She immediately left Su Changtian and ran towards Tang Tian while holding her skirt. "I want to use the 5-eyed golem to see if it can help with the blood meridians. But I don't know much about the 5-eyed golem. I don't know what will happen, so I'll have to trouble Tian to look after it from the side. I'll kill you first." Ling Su's face was gloomy, and he squeezed out these words from between his teeth. His eyes suddenly turned into a ball of fire. Bing floated out lazily. His poker face looked like he was not fully awake, and his 2 curved, thick eyebrows drooped. "Oh, there's a problem with absorbing the power of the blood meridians." His gaze stared blankly at the few strands of hair in Tang Tian's hand. Tang Tian was a little surprised and twitched his mouth. "Luckily they know what's good for them, or else, I'll definitely not let them go. This guy's brain must be fried. Didn't you guys want to deal with the Gu clan?" Tang Tian fed her a few mouthfuls of water again. Tang Tian laughed coldly. "Who's he letting? We'll make preparations just because he wants us to? Is there something wrong with his brain? They injured Uncle Mu. This matter won't be over so easily." Her gaze was fixated on Tang Tian's face, and seeing this distinct face, her heart immediately calmed down. Tang Tian looked at the few of them with an even weirder gaze. Chapter 173. Bing completely did not notice Tang Tian's expression and continued to speak in a relaxed tone. This is because your level is lower and you are still working hard. If not, the amount of star rocks would be endless. But when these 170 star rocks are used up, you can almost reach the 6th level. The 5th level crane-style chi manual slowly revolved. The surrounding energy, as though it was being pulled by a big hand, quickly surged towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian was like a huge and powerful whirlpool. With that, Tang Tian turned and left with a fierce look on his face. Tang Tian used both his hands and feet, rolling and crawling, his entire body covered in dust, his clothes tattered, his sinister face, blank eyes, a blank mind, did not make him give up. "Shut up," Tang Tian said fiercely, and immediately snorted. "Isn't it just 1,000,000 star coins? A godlike young lad, will he be stumped by a mere 1,000,000 star coins? I'm just short of 100 star coins." Bing continued to speak in a relaxed tone, without even lifting his eyelids. With a large amount of energy replenished, Tang Tian, who was meditating, relaxed his expression. Run with all his might. "Oh, just a little bit more," Bing said casually. When Tang Tian struggled out of the valley of starvation, his entire person was on the verge of collapse. His blank and lifeless expression was the expression of extreme fatigue. He was like a lifeless puppet, instinctively sat cross-legged, and started to revolve his mental cultivation. Losing to despair was too humiliating. Despair was his enemy, the enemy he fought against. With the increase in strength and speed, the power of his martial techniques had increased by quite a bit. Bing touched his chin. He thought about the problem of the fighter. Ghost Claw's power was not bad, but the price of summoning it was too high, and the time was short. The price-to-performance ratio was very bad. And once Tang Tian learnt the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, the two's characteristics would overlap. The only thing he thought about was the few battles he had experienced in this period of time. Tang Tian was completely infuriated by Bing's indifferent attitude and was about to pounce forward. However, Tang Tian was also very clear that martial skills had now become his shortcoming. Whether it was speed or strength, Old Man Yu was far inferior to him. However, he was able to contend against him because of his powerful martial skills. Cultivate Yaya? After closing the cupboard, Tang Tian also felt a headache. How was he going to deal with these two captives? One big and one small. "I forgot." The little girl's bright black eyes immediately widened as she screamed, "How could you forget? How could you forget such an important matter? I've spent so much time thinking about it, but you've actually forgotten about it. Boo-hoo." Everything was hopeless. Screams echoed in the sky of the Valley of Starvation once again. "Actually, it's not a big problem," Bing said lazily, and just as Tang Tian was about to pounce on him again, his tone changed. "It's just that the quantity is not enough." Tang Tian lifted Bing's leg and smashed it down. Bang! Bing's head was stuck under the stone slab. The little girl's eyes almost popped out. She could not believe that she was being treated like that. Her face was filled with anger. Bing's poker face was shaken by Tang Tian to the point that people were worried that it would fall off any time. But he still kept his eyes closed and said casually, "Do you think you're lacking money? Young lad, don't belittle yourself. Oh, Shui will definitely be willing to fork out the money. She's a ready-made gold mine. She's definitely a Ms. Perfect." This discovery made him overjoyed. "All right, you're full now. You won't starve to death for a few days," Tang Tian said as he carried the two of them towards the cupboard. "Brother Hengzhan, I know you won't die even if you starve for a month. To not give me more trouble, I won't feed you. Young lad, don't place too much emphasis on money. That's just like dirt. You must treat money like dirt. But come to think of it, what is dirt? It's fertilizer. So, dirt and stuff, the more the better. Forget it." When the boat reaches the bridgehead, Tang Tian did not say anything else. He threw the matter of the two captives to the back of his head. Tang Tian straightforwardly stuffed the silk handkerchief back into the young lady's mouth. Bing suddenly appeared, with 3 star rocks in his hands. He crushed the star rocks, and the energy around him suddenly rose. Under the strong suction force, the energy quickly entered Tang Tian's body. One level 6 star rock's price was 20,000 star coins. 100 of them would be 2 million star coins. And he only had 1 million star coins on him. His strength had increased by 10%, reaching 11 times that of a normal person. And his speed had also increased by 10%. Other than that, Tang Tian could clearly feel that his control over his body had greatly increased. Tang Tian's body quality had reached an unimaginable level. Tang Tian clenched his teeth. His expression was sinister, as though he was in the middle of a battle. He could not kill him, nor could he let him go. It was truly troublesome. Rubble flew everywhere, but Bing was fine. Even his posture did not change. The Gu family's wealth is still not bad. 1 million star coins is just a drizzle. A bronze star treasure is enough. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll do it. Don't worry. Shui definitely loves you. Don't talk about 1 million star coins. Even. The more Tang Tian listened, the angrier he got. He picked up Bing and smashed the floor. Seems like I have to observe for a while. The gale that blew against his face took away his body's true power. His dantian and meridians were empty. They were cleaner than if they had been washed. His physical strength was depleting at an alarming rate. His entire body seemed to be on fire. His throat was forever smoky. Tang Tian laid Xianxia down. Xianxia's eyes were closed. He looked like he was sleeping. He was very calm. The quantity is not enough? Tang Tian was stunned. He stammered, 70. 70 is not enough? Tang Tian caressed the little girl's head. His face was filled with pride. Injured? Tang Tian's eyes widened. He asked angrily, why didn't you tell me earlier? Everything is under control. Bing did not even bat an eyelid. Aren't you fine now? This method is the fastest. Tang Tian blinked his eyes innocently. I forgot about it while I was fighting. Don't be so angry. But I think the result is good. I didn't fight for nothing. Seems like your level of planning is not that good. Everything can be settled with just one fight. You still made it so complicated. Little friend, you still need to improve. Bing closed his eyes. His face was relaxed. He waved his empty arm in the air. Tang Tian's smile froze on his face. After a while, he reacted. He scratched his head and laughed. I forgot. Although the improvement was slow and hard to detect. But to an experienced instructor, he could still sense it. Just at this moment, Tang Tian opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. Upon seeing Bing, he was excited. Hey, uncle. My true power has improved. What? The Valley of Starvation is really effective. Every 6th level star rock was worth more than 20,000 star coins. Tang Tian had a total of 76th level star rocks. That meant he had spent 60,000 star coins. A little? That's good. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. How many more? He was fighting. Bing raised his other hand. He signaled Tang Tian to stop. You better think about the problem of the star rocks. Tangdan, you can't be arrogant. 3 6th level star rocks. Tang Tian's smile froze on his face. The little girl whimpered angrily. The little girl rolled her eyes at Tang Tian. Tang Tian then placed the little girl on Xianxia's body. Looking at the little girl's eyes, he warned, you better not have any crooked thoughts. If not, Tang Tian, who was free, started to train. Once he moved his body, he realized that after absorbing the blood meridians, his strength and speed had a slight increase. Bing's poker face laughed at himself. But why was he so sleepy these few days? Bing felt weird. What made him feel weird was that he could feel his own strength was slowly increasing. Sleepiness seemed to have something to do with this? Bing floated in the air. His gaze landed on Tang Tian's face. His poker face looked sluggish. The training in the Valley of Starvation was good. But the process was painful. Very few could endure it. For the recruits to train, the Valley of Starvation was a compulsory course. But very few were willing to take the initiative to train. Cough, cough, cough. Bing's voice came from below the stone slab. Don't use the word scheme. This method is the easiest. Shui is such a good person. 100 stones. Tang Tian looked like he was struck by lightning. He stood rooted to the ground. The endless canyon made him feel hopeless. Behind him was the tireless bone-gnawing wolf. His legs felt like lead. The rugged mountain road made him feel hopeless. The air he breathed felt like it was being cut by knives. His lips were dry. His body was exhausted. His mind was blank. An intense pain filled Tang Tian's body. He cried out, "How can we be so extravagant?" Tang Tian fell for it. He stopped and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with the star rocks?" Tang Tian, who was completely enraged, rushed forward. He grabbed Bing's neck with both his hands. He shook Bing's neck and roared, "Dung? Then give me 1,000,000 dung." Bing said lazily, "I spent 3 6th-level star rocks. If it doesn't work, you can go bang your head against the wall." All right. The young man who inherited the Southern Cross Army was different. He could be bitten by the bone-gnawing wolf. But he could not allow himself to lose to despair. The concentration of energy is not enough. Bing was still lazy and unmoved. He laid down and supported his head with one arm. There are conditions to train in the Valley of Starvation. If the concentration of energy is not enough, not only will the progress be slow, it will also easily injure the dantian and meridians. "You bastard! Shameless!" Tang Tian scolded. "You are actually scheming for Shui's assets. You are so sinister." The screams stopped. Bing rubbed his chin in sorrow. A cool feeling flowed through his meridians. It flowed through his body. Tang Tian told himself in his heart, he entered the Valley of Starvation and started to continue his cruel training. Alright, once this training starts, it cannot end. If not, it will cause permanent damage to your dantian and meridians. But he could no longer remember how those fellows nurtured Bud spirit generals in the past. It was truly worrisome. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.